Greetings, everyone. Welcome to Disrupted Dow's third annual virtual summit, The Future of Work. I am Anjali, one of the co-founders of Disruptor DAO. We are an enterprise collective dedicated to advancing digital fluency, economic mobility, and shared ownership through emerging technologies. Thank you for joining us today. Now, today isn't just talking about the future of work. It's about stepping into it powerfully together. Let me ask you, what does your future of work look like? Is it building something that didn't exist before? Is it learning new tools that expand what's possible? Or creating systems that give more people a chance to participate in this new digital economy? Whatever brought you here, curiosity, ambition, purpose, you're in the right place. Today, we're exploring how to transform the challenges of change into opportunities for growth, innovation, and leadership. At Disruptor DAO, we believe the future of work belongs to those who understand how to harness innovation, not just to survive disruption, but to shape it. Because today, we're not only exploring how to transform change into opportunity, we're exploring how to lead with change, to see disruption not as a threat, but as an invitation to think differently, to stay curious, to create boldly. Grounded in our mantra, Disruptor DAO, our mantra is mindset, knowledge, and wealth. We believe that all progress begins with how we think. A mindset rooted in abundance creates space for new ideas, shared growth, and collective success. It is what allows us to move with change rather than resist it, to adapt faster, collaborate deeper, and to innovate with purpose. This fuels what we do. Disruptor DAO is on a mission to empower individuals, businesses, and communities to thrive in this emerging digital economy through knowledge, collaboration, and access. We are on a path to decentralization and working to develop an AI blockchain infrastructure designed to power regenerative commerce and collective investment. We envision a system where assets are transformed into digital tokens that enable cross border exchange, allowing members to share in both the technology and the value it creates. Disruptor DAO's initiatives are built on four pillars of impact: education and financial learning, which helps people and organizations to build digital fluency and competence. Our second pillar is collective business development, which supports entrepreneurs and innovators in scaling through shared tools and knowledge. Collective investment is our third pillar, where we open doors to new models of ownership and participation in investing in disruptive technology and the technology economy. And community and philanthropy is our fourth pillar, where we are ensuring our progress is always grounded in purpose and service. Each year, our summit brings these pillars to life, and this is our third annual summit. And again, thank you for joining us. This is where ideas meet action, where leaders, professionals, and visionaries gather to explore how technology is reshaping the way that we build, the way that we work, and the way that we connect. This year's theme, The Future of Work, challenges us to think beyond the trends and headlines. It asks, what does it mean to lead, create, and thrive in an era defined by AI, blockchain, and digital transformation? What does it look like to stay curious when the world is changing faster than ever? And how do we approach the future, not just with fear and resistance, but with creativity, flow, and abundance? Today, you will hear from innovators across industries who are not only navigating the future, they're defining it. From AI-driven productivity to cybersecurity careers, from opportunities in cryptocurrency and innovation to personal branding in the digital era, each session today is designed to spark new ideas and inspire action. Whether you're here to upskill, to grow your business, or to envision what's next, you're a part of a global community committed to shaping the next future of work. So, as we begin, I invite you to take a breath, be present, let go of what feels uncertain, and lean into what's possible. Again, today is about expansion. It's about shifting how we see the world and how we see ourselves in it. I invite you to think about what the future of work means to you. What skills will you strengthen? What tools will you master? What possibilities will you step into after today? Take this moment to reimagine what's next and to see yourself as a part of shaping it. We invite you to be present, to be curious, and to be bold. Welcome to Disruptor Dow's third annual virtual summit, The Future of Work. Let's explore, connect, and co create this next chapter together. To kick it off, we what about another co-founder of Disruptor DAO, Dr. Eve, who will open us up with some mindset affirmations and setting the tone for us to receive the wealth of knowledge and information that is before us today. A little bit more about Dr. Eve. Dr. Eve is a seasoned educator and mental health expert with a PhD from NYU, 30 years of leading school-based mental health programs with New York Presbyterian Hospital, 20 years of consulting for a nationally recognized youth organization, former adjunct professor at NYU. She's a corporate crisis leader and consulted on workforce and mental health, served the Red Cross and Disaster for Mental Health team, guided and was highlighted in the Time Life magazine for her work in Ground Zero during 9/11. She's an award-winning social worker, recognized by the National Association for Social Workers and featured in Oprah magazine for her visionary contributions to the field. She's a co-founder of Disruptor DAO, now reshaping the future at the intersections of mental health, wealth, and empowerment, continuing a lifelong mission and purpose-driven innovator in her retirement as the co-founder of Disruptor DAO, continuing her mission of transformative impact. We're so grateful and excited for Dr. Eve. Please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. I'm so excited to be here, but more excited to know that you folks are sharing your morning with us. And let's get it going. But before we do dive into the future of work, I want us all to begin with the future within us, right? Let's get grounded here for a moment. We all have so many busy lives. You see, before we build anything in the outer world, we actually first build it in the inner one. And so if we think about artificial intelligence, right, it listens when we feed it data. It learns, adapts, and responds, right? Doesn't it? It extracts patterns from fields we can't see and returns insights that help us create. Seems magical, but let's pause for a moment, folks, because the human mind works the same way. And we often forget that. You see, we too are constantly being trained by the data of our lives and our experiences, our emotions, our stories, whether they're good or bad. And every thought we think, every feeling we entertain, it actually becomes an input into our own personal algorithm. So just like AI, we run on energy fields. We run on energy fields and frequencies we can't always see, but absolutely feel, right? And there's times where we may focus on fear, on scarcity or doubt, not realizing we're limiting what our inner system can compute. But when we choose curiosity, creativity, calmness, clarity, courage, we open new pathways, new neural connections, new codes of possibility. You see, folks, AI transforms invisible energy into visible solutions, and so do we. So I want you to remember that our thoughts, beliefs, and emotions are the original code of creation, right? And so when we think of it that way, as we step into the summit, some of us may actually feel the excitement, eager to embrace new technology, and while others may feel a sense of fear or uncertainty, especially about all these things that are happening around us, how it's affecting our work, perhaps our pensions. There may be others saying to themselves, I may not be wired for this digital era. And these thoughts are more common than we think. And it could actually hijack our clear thinking, right? It may trigger what we call the fight, freeze, and flight motions, right? And then we can't just move forward. And I share all of this because I want us to notice the inputs we are downloading to our brains right here, right now, this moment, and acknowledge whatever emotions we have going on, so we could create a space to stay balanced, to think strategically, and respond effectively to those emotions. So we could be present because we have an abundance of information to share with you. I want us to align inwardly So if your minds were in an algorithm today, what input do you want to feed it into this very moment? And for the rest of the day while we're together today. So what I would like is if everyone could just type one word in the chat. Maybe it's clarity, maybe it's expansion, maybe it's curiosity, courage, calmness. But if you can write one word in the chat, I would love for us to be able to share that. And I want you to hold on to those words and let's see what we have being shared. Perhaps some of you might just say it to yourselves, but I invite you to share it in the chat. Stefan shared hope. I love that. Oh, and there's more hope. Gratitude. Okay. Uplift. What is it? Uplifting. Ascension. These are powerful words. I'm loving these words. I'm feeling the energy. Intentional, beautiful. I like that. Community. Love that. Hold on to these words, folks. Hold on to these words. They're collective energy forming right here in this digital space, right? It's like a network of intention and wisdom and inspiration. I love awareness. Now I'm going to invite you to hold on to that word for a moment. And what I invite you to do now is take a few slow, intentional breaths with me. But let's pause a second. Because before we do that, I want you to understand why. This is significant. Our central nervous system, folks, manages how we think, focus, and respond, right? And we know this. Breathing is one of the fastest ways to help regulate that very system, right? Improving clarity, focus, and our ability to learn and apply new information. And we have a lot of information to share. So that's why we're going to ask you to take a moment, be intentional, not just to relax. We want you to take that breath so you can reset your mind and body to help you focus, learn, and apply what's ahead, because there is a lot of yummy stuff ahead. So just as AI recalibrates with new data, our breath right now is going to recalibrate our internal system for clarity, creativity, to boost our memory. So let's begin. If you could share some music in the background. And what we're going to do is we're going to slowly, deeply inhale. And we're going to feel our body settle. So let's begin, folks. Join me in that yummy, slow, deep inhale. Yes. And as you exhale, release any outdated code, thoughts, or beliefs that no longer serve your highest version. Now let's take that second breath in and inhale. Clearing mental clutter, making space. And exhale. Continue to release any tension and concerns that do not serve you at this moment. Let's take our third breath in. Inhale. Yes, envision a golden spear of light around you, your personal Wi-Fi, if I may. Feel that energy and then exhale. That calmness should be resonating right about now. Because as you exhaled, you feel fully present, open, and ready to receive, grounded in your humanity, inspired by innovation. I hope you all feel that. Now, let's give our minds the dialogue we want them to run with. Because when our inner software is updated with peace, with vision, with intention, everything we build becomes more human, more heart-led, and more whole. We give dialogue to AI, and it runs with it, right, folks? Interpreting, adapting, creating. Well, let's give dialogue to our minds this morning and every day. And they do the same, because remember, they do the same, translating unseen frequencies into the experiences of our lives. The unseen energy, our mindsets, emotions, and focus is data. It codes the reality we experience, and when we align it, innovation becomes effortless, folks. So let's anchor this together. I want you to either repeat silently, you could even type it in the chat. I I want you to say, I am aligned. I am present. I am grounded. I am clear. I thrive, not just survive. How does that feel right now? I hope it feels just as yummy as it does for me. And we're going to wrap this session here with something I would like to share with you and take it to heart. So let's give our minds the dialogue we want them to run with. Because when our inner software is updated with peace, with vision, with intention, everything we build becomes more human, more heart-led, and more whole. We give dialogue to AI and it runs with it, interpreting, adapting, creating. We give dialogue to our minds and they do the same, translating unseen frequencies into the tangible experiences of our lives. The unseen energy, our mindset, emotions, and focus is data. It codes the reality we experience. When we align it, innovation becomes effortless. So let's anchor this together. Let's repeat again silently. I am aligned. I am present. I am grounded. Because we're going to have a wonderful day today because we were never built just to get by, but to rise, to build bridges from visions to reality, to turn whispers of wisdoms into waves of change. Like AI, we extract light from data, but our code is compassion. Our output is creation. We are the architects of what's next, translating unseen frequencies into futures that serve, uplift, and include. So today we ground, not in fear, but in power. We align our minds, expand our hearts, and prepare to thrive, not just to survive. So I want to thank you all for being here this morning, and I'm going to pass it on to our wonderful host, Angela. And again, enjoy yourselves today, and thank you for being here with us.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. E. Yes, we are aligned, we are present. Thank you for that beautiful grounding and getting us right into the flow of our day. Give thanks. Up next, we are super excited to open up with our keynote speaker, who will give us a global perspective on the future of work in this disruptive economy. We are grateful and excited to have today Ms. Nicole Valentine. She is the FinTech Director at the Milken Institute's Finance Pillar, bringing over a decade of experience in financial services, international M&A, technology, and innovation. In her role, she advances market innovation, evaluates regulatory models, and develops policy recommendations to promote responsible fintech growth. Work engages policymakers and stakeholders to enhance access to capital, financial inclusion, transparency, and compliance. In 2023, I'm sorry, in 2023, yes, Nicole joined the CFTC's Global Market Advisory Committee, Digital Asset Markets Subcommittee, and is also a member of the Goldman Sachs Sustainable Investing Group's Inclusive Growth Corporate Network. In 2025, she was appointed to the board of directors of Mass Challenge, which is a leading global startup accelerator. Nicole also advises the Africa Equity Group, where they are investing in small, medium-sized enterprises across the African continent and the diaspora. She is a recognized thought leader on digital assets, AI, Web3, fintech, and the future of finance. Nicole's insights have appeared on outlets including CNBC, Forbes, USA Today, FinTech Times, Fox Business, Yahoo News, the list goes on. She is an attorney by training and founded Synergy Business Development, where she advises Fortune 500 executives, startups, nonprofits, and government leaders on innovation strategy. It is such an honor to have you join us today, Nicole, kicking off this summit with a focus on business and the future of work in this disruptive digital economy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Angela. So great to be here. Great to start with Dr. Eve and yourself. I definitely took the experience of alignment and connection and connecting with everyone that's here this morning. So appreciate the opportunity. I have a few slides I'd like to add to the chat. Thank you so much. And I just want to start with this disruption revolution and what's next for the future of work. A question for everyone. I'd love for everyone to think about their first connection with work. My parents, for many years, over 25 years, had daycare centers, early education centers. And when children are as early as 3 or 4, they are connecting to doing things, to ideas around work, to activities that in their future lives may connect to economic activity. So I just remember, and happy for anyone to drop in the chat where they, their first idea of working, right? So, so for some people, it's when you were a teenager and you started working for your allowance. But I remember early on, work for me was imagining that I was a lawyer. I was imagining I was a lawyer, and I saw an example on television, and I started carrying a briefcase as a young person. I didn't want a book bag. I wanted a briefcase because I wanted to act like a lawyer before I became one. And so I'm definitely in the generation that did not start out with computers. When I was young, computers did not enter into my paradigm until I was in college. And so I've just feel like, the generation X and Y are the bridge generation. We experience life in work and building our careers without computers. And there's a new generation that they're born with computers in their hands. They're born with a mobile phone in their hands. So happy to, if you all wanted to just connect to the idea of work and centralize it for yourself, and maybe some ideas of when did you become and think of work as a young person, and then now in your life, as we're planning today, this reinvention, this transformation that technology is providing for us, we can also think about new ideas of what work is. And so I'm going to just appreciate any comments you have in that area and connect to the ideas of work. And then also connecting to the idea of future, because the future, your future may be the past for someone else. And someone else's future may be your past. And so when you think about what's happening around the globe, there's a lot of places where they have yet to see the future that you see. And there are a lot of places that are further ahead in the future than where we are. And so that's an experience. That's in technology and tools. That's in applications and adoption. And so I also want you to connect to this idea of future, because future means different things for different people. And for you, future may be, electric vehicles and cars driving autonomously. But for others, the future, the future may be something that is what you experienced years ago. And so that's also just something in terms of connecting dots on what future means. I do see some chats of people kind of connected to work into future. So I'm going to continue on with moving my slides forward. I also would like, if you could think through some wisdoms that you have experienced around technology or work. One of the early wisdoms that I came up with is, if you're not driving technology, it will drive you. And I always thought about that as, how do you stay in the owner seat of technology? How do you utilize technology as a tool for growing your business or advancing your acumen? And so I think about that now in the age of AI. What does it mean for us to drive technology and it not drive us? And as AI, and we're going to talk about this further in the discussion, as AI there's ideas of it kind of reaching the super intelligence. that is a place where people are very scared of, because the laws of robotics is, one of them is the humans are the ones in control, right, of the machines. And so this conversation around what drives what, we'd like to hopefully stay in the driver's seat. And that's where regulation and a lot of these conversations come into play around how far technology can go. I'm gonna, move through one another slide. So I wanted to also just share, I wanted to talk about economic shifts and economic disruptions. And I wanted to start with a little bit of my family tree. And this is just one branch. This is a branch that starts in the 1700s, as far back as we can count. And it starts with a great, how many generations removed grandfather named Jacob Wheelwright Chavis. And he fought in George Washington's Continental Army. He fought in the Revolutionary War for several decades. And he was a soldier, but he also was a wheelwright. And if you think about work, his work was put into his name, right? If you were a blacksmith, sometimes you were called Smith. He was a wheelwright. So wheelwright was part of his name. And a wheelwright, I went down the rabbit hole. Thank you for Disrupt Your Dow for having me go down the rabbit hole of future of work, because I think it's great to go to the past and look across generations. So he was a wheelwright, and a wheelwright is someone who fixes and repairs wooden wheels. And they also work with the blacksmith to work with the spokes, and they fix the wheels for the wagons, the carts, to move equipment, to move military equipment, to move any equipment across from one place to another. And so if we were having the future of work conversation with my great grandfather Jacob, he would, could he see that we are in a place where mechanics and has that industry and technology has transformed how we think about cars and vehicles. I mean, this is, in his generation, that was him working with his hands. That was him working with his intellect, with his talent, with the tools that he had to build. And so I just want to share with you that that's a root, right? That's a root that I have in my family. I have my great grandmother here. I have my grandmother here, my father here, my grandmother, and great grandparents were farmers and agriculture. So if you think about farming, and I'm going to dig deeper into farming and agriculture, I mean, that's also an industry that has been transformed by technology, right? Who would have thought that if you're just plowing with an ox, and that's entirely changed. That way of farming does not exist in the way that it did, in the scale that it did in the late 1800s, 1900s. And then I have a grandmother here in one of the pictures who was a tailor. And so she's, sewing, and the textile industry is transformed. And then I mentioned my parents who were in early education, and education is transforming. And then myself as a lawyer. And so if you look through your family trees and all your branches and see the type of work that your families have done, those professions have transformed. And so I just want to just give you a little bit of a breakdown. I'm going to move this. So for agriculture, an agriculture deep dive. Here, I just wanted to reference the fact that, in 1790, approximately 90% of U.S. population were farmers. That's not the world we're in now, but that is a huge shift. And, so I wanted to just highlight that the percentage of labor force in ag was around 53% in 1860. And then in 1900, the percentage dropped to 40%. And then by the 20th century, by 2000, the percentage of U.S. workforce in agriculture had fallen to about 1.9%. So I just want to give you some interesting facts out there that shows the transformation of some industries based upon technology. And then a military deep dive. In terms of the regular army in 1790, counted roughly 5,100 soldiers. And it was about 0.13% of the population of the U.S., which was about 4 million at the time. So 1790, the U.S. population was about 4 million. We're way over 200 million, 250 million right now. I think, so we're definitely have expanded and scaled. And as our populations grew, our armies grew. But then with respect to technology, wars are fought very differently. There's drones, there's all kinds of new technology that, the amount of manpower you need is different, and the skills you have to have are different. And then I just want to highlight the textile industry. I mentioned one of my grandmothers was a tailor. She actually started her business when she was 50 years old, when she became a widow, and she was an entrepreneur from the age of 50 to the age of her late 70s. And she was a specialized tailor. So although the textile industry has shifted, and you could see a lot of the textile industry transitioned, moved overseas, she was able to maintain her business. But I will say that, that industry has had a technology transformation. So this is just an ongoing theme, right? If you look at all these industries from the 1800s to now, what has changed? And then the legal industry, which is industry I grew up in. And I've seen so much technological change. When I started out as a lawyer, my first year, we didn't have cell phones and Blackberries. My second year, everyone was issued Blackberries. And that was just a transformation in, mobile work, remote work, always being connected. And so I've seen a lot of that transition. But now there's conversation around legal tasks being automated by AI. And so there's a lot of concern that paralegals and those types of professions within the legal industry are at risk. And so I'd love to just maybe connect back with you all. I'm gonna come back to the chat. Here we go. I'd love for you all to, if you have any comments on the professions within your family, the professions that you can track through as terms of change. I think in this process for today, and I heard this with Dr. Eve, this is about you and your connection to transformation. And I see a note from Paula: technology transforms how we do connect ideas and the future of work. Thank you. Absolutely agree. When you look at today, and I do think people some people take two roads to this transformation through technology. One road people take is absolute fear. I'm fearful of what's to come. I don't know if I'm going to be displaced or replaced. And then the other track is I'm optimistic. I want to see the future. I want to be a part of it. I'm embracing all of the information. And so those two pieces, there's no right or wrong as to how to feel about something. But I always think it's great to empower yourself to take a look, a global look, take a look from, through the past to the present, and put things in perspective. And so I wanted to also share that, these industrial revolutions that have happened across generations, they are important for us to look at and to look at the change of them. So I'm going to walk through some of the interesting things that have happened throughout our industrial revolutions, and I'm looking to see if there's good comments here. So let's start with industry number 1.0. Industry 1.0 is where the machine age, right, grows up, and urbanization and new infrastructure come into view, right? The U.S. flipped from mostly rural. Talk about the agriculture, right? My family's agriculture, so we have a lot of roots there. But the U.S. flipped from mostly rural to mostly urban across the 19th and early 20th century, passing 50% urban by 1920. So I can connect to this because a lot of my family who was in agriculture and who was in Virginia and Georgia farming, a lot of my grandmother's, generation, they decided to move north, right? Move north, move to the big city, move to Harlem, move places where there was work in factories and work in places where they can earn a wage and by working in different ways. And so that's industry 1.0. The railroads connected the east and the west, our ability to travel and connect and move goods and move products. I mean, that's industry 1.0. Industry 2.0, mass production led to more affordable and accessible innovations and inventions. I mean, you talk about the mass production of cars and automobiles. I mean, this is an entire inflection point for the US and for people around the world. And then I also wanted to know the industry broadcast at scale. US household radio ownership hit a majority by 1931, creating, more than national culture and ad markets. Think about where we are in social media and how far technology has connected us to broadcast on our phones. But this is, a story of industry 2.0. We're just joining the space where we're all having this level of connectivity. Industry 3.0, computer and mobile led to gig economy. Think about the gig economy. Think about work is totally transformed from I'm going to start something and I'm going to work in this career for 30, 40, 50 years and retire from that career, to industry 3.0, where you are working on a gig, on something that has a beginning, a middle, and a definite end in a short period of time, and you receive value for it. That is a very different idea of work. Work has just transformed based upon all of these technologies, smartphone diffusion. US adult smartphone ownership is 91%, up from 35% in 2011. So we have on-demand platforms that are existing. Platform earning. 16% of Americans have earned income via online gig platforms, anchoring flexible work supply. I mean, think about, the mindset that has been shifted based upon just this short-term gig economy work. And then the fourth industry is industry 4.0. I mean, that's where we are now. This is where networks are unlocking new productivity. Enterprise AI is moving to default on. If there's a McKinsey report, 2025 survey that finds that 78% of firms use AI and 71% use general AI in at least one function. There's productivity gains. There's API first plumbing in terms of how you build. And so, that's something that talk about the transformation. We are in industry 4.0. Okay, so I'm gonna come back and check in on everybody. Sarah Delaney says we have to find ways to work within their world. Change is inevitable. Yes. Thank you for that. I appreciate the connections. Dr. Dowse, experiencing fear within a strength-based mindset means awakening curiosity, excitement, curiosity. Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, we all can have, emotion, because that's what makes us human. We can have emotion around things, but what is the emotion going to motivate us to do, right? And so I just kind of walked through these industrial revolutions just to kind of level set, right, everyone, as we get to a conversation around AI, just level setting. I did want to just highlight, so just fun facts, because I went down the rabbit hole of research and started looking through. I found some tech replacement, right? Jobs that no longer exist. So jobs that no longer exist are switchboard operator, film developer. Remember people used to develop film in like dark rooms? Not needed anymore. A lamp lighter, like you could light a lamp in your in your town and village. We don't need anybody to light lamps anymore to keep light in your town when it gets dark. Human computers. I know a few human computers. I know So I work at the Milken Institute. We're a think tank, and Michael Milken is our chairman. He was a human computer. He's almost 80 years old. He was a human computer before computers existed. He could do the type of math that can be done on these, text instruments or all kinds of calculators. He did that as a human. And so that human computer, you no longer need to use those skills. A pin setter, you go bowling, someone's setting the pin. Elevator operator. I mean, we don't need elevator operators. We don't need projectionists that are projecting films. I mean, so think about some of the jobs that just don't exist anymore, and how you either adapt by being able to leverage that technology and use it and own it, or the job is just replaced. And so that just leads us to this disruption revolution. It's already here. It's defined as a period of significant and rapid changes driven by new technologies and business models that upend established industries, creating new rules for entrepreneurship, leadership, and customer experience. Industry and workforce transformation requires new workforce skills, and it will deliver on job market shifts. And so we're here with disruption. And so what are we going to do about it? Right? We're gonna educate ourselves. We're gonna not be in fear. We're going to I say I love walking down memory lane, because memory lane in the past has echoes, the past has patterns, the past gives us understanding. And so as you go about the rest of the day and all this information that you're going to receive on AI, I just wanted to share some interesting facts I've always been leaning on when it comes to AI. AI is 80 years in the making. AI did not just appear a few years ago, right? When ChatGPT was launched. One of the early kind of architects of AI is Alan Turing. As you may know, the Turing test equals the imitation game, which is better, also known as the imitation game. And it's where the evaluator cannot distinguish between a human and a machine, because the machine exhibits intelligent behavior. So let's think about that. Let's think about the evaluator not distinguishing between human and a machine. So if I go on to technology now and I ask for legal advice to my AI chat or model, and it will perform intelligence. It will perform itself as if it's a lawyer, and it's giving you legal advice that you can rely on. And so that is what is happening with respect to this imitation game that AI is posing to all of us right now at our fingertips. But in that conversation around where you're getting information, the accuracy of the information, the transparency of that information, what you can rely on, the risk around that information, that is something that is part of the ongoing debate around what more do we need to include in this AI story for the communities, for the users to be safe and can rely. Also, with respect to industries have standards, and making sure that the industry standards are not appended by this disruption and change. So there's a lot to unpack with respect to AI, and I know that we'd love to be able to have more of a conversation and have more of a Q&A. I will flip through a few more slides, and then I'll open up maybe some more of the conversation for everyone to participate in. So I just wanted to highlight that I'm in fintech, and financial technology spans everything from banking, lending, insurance, remittances, digital assets, investing, wealth creation, using advanced technology tools. And the banking industry has experienced digital disruption by fintechs because of the new technologies that have impact on mobility, the APIs, and connecting to more consumers. The need for there to be a brick and mortar has shifted, because now you can have banks that are, banking from your phone. And so that entire disruption has definitely occurred. And AI has been a part of that. A machine, and before it was called AI in the banking industry, it was machine learning. Machines were learning, and getting information and delivering smarter either connection through consumer personalization of banking, through robo information. And so that's something that the banking industry has been dealing with, and we've just been making sure that the AI and finance conversation is front and center at our institute. And then here, I just want to just highlight the areas where AI and finance is connected. Credit and loan decisioning, all the data that is grabbed on someone's decision to make a loan, anti-fraud systems, risk management. I mean, AI's ability to detect patterns that are fraudulent and make alerts. I mean, those things have been valuable in the industry. More questionable are the stock market predictions, and that's something that I think the industry is looking more at with a question mark. But definitely the prediction piece is also interesting because of its ability to pattern recognize, sales forecasting, trading, personalized banking, as I mentioned, and process automation. And one thing about AI that I feel like there's like 4 A's in AI. There's the AI that augments, AI that anticipates, AI that automates, and AI that's agentic. And so I think about those 4 A's when I think about, AI. And then food for thought, just to close out. These are just predictions and forecasts. I mean, in terms of as you think about your day, you think about future of work. I just highlighted like top AI jobs in high demand. These are very interesting, new types of businesses and, that can be created, new types of work skills that could be honed, and opportunities, right? Opportunities for the future. There's a lot of investment going into AI infrastructure. There's, AI data centers. There's an AI race that's happening around the globe in terms of who's going to build the infrastructure for AI. The next race is going to be the adoption of AI and the applications of AI. And so if you could be on the application layer, there's an opportunity to be able to, if you're a builder, this is a great opportunity for you to build on top of all the infrastructure that's being developed. And then these are some jobs that will be replaced. I mean, this is something that you can see for yourself. Retail cashiers. I mean, when I go into a store, I'm going into a pharmacy, and there's a self checkout. I mean, there's less cashiers. I don't think I've been to a bank teller in a very long time. I don't think I've had anyone proofread my work because I have Grammarly. If you think about what's being replaced and what new technology is being built on top of that. And then this is what I've seen, but I don't know if this is all true. But these are predictions, because I think artists and musicians have had a little bit of disruption in their industries. But doctors, lawyers, nurses, always. I mean, no, I don't know if I will ever see robot nurses. Mechanics, getting right back to my great grandfather. He was a wheelwright, and if he was here and he was still a mechanic of sorts, he would be least likely to be taken over by AI. So just want to thank everybody for I just want to thank everybody for listening to some of the thoughts that I've had from an economic perspective on the disruption of this economy and what's changing. And I would love to, just as you move about your day, looking forward to you developing your own strategy, your own plan for yourself, for perhaps your children, perhaps for generational wealth and abundance because the more we know, the more we can grow and be a part of everything that is here and is being developed. We're definitely all co-creators in the economy. And I see Tamara Walker. Hello. She said it's important to discuss technology as a tool. A tool makes tasks efficient. We used to look at using a calculator as cheating. Now, tasked with a long math problem, we use a calculator without thinking. Those who can do math in their mind, it's a novelty. Yes, yes. And so it's interesting that point as well. It's absolutely a tool. And there's lots of different schools of thought, right? Like in terms of how we learn, how we're built, right? When I look at my niece and nephew, and they go straight to they go straight to the internet or Google to get information. That's their way of discovering it. That's they're discovering it. I would love for them to open up, crack up an encyclopedia and read it from cover to cover, but that's not their reality. And so, to your point, I mean, this transformation is for all of us. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the day and learning more. Marie, can you share more on the field of sustainability specialists? Can you dig deeper into that? Because there's sustainability in lots of different areas. I mean, there's the climate sustainability, there's the resilience. We have a team at the Milken Institute that focuses on sustainability. So I'm happy to also send you some materials that team is working on. And then Sarah Delaney there are many new advances in simulations, but in nursing, you will have humans. These changes are augmentations to services being provided and are very helpful. Agreed. And interestingly enough, and I was at a conference, and I overheard this, and so I can't give a tribute to who it is, but they were looking at health systems and nurses' use of technology, and one of the health systems was talking about how they saw the nurses reject a lot of the AI that was coming in, kind of protective over their expertise and their delivery. And so, different professions are going to either accept or reject, right, this change. And sometimes the change is just going to come, and they're going to it's just going to be what it is. But there's different views as to how much of a robot or technology or AI is embedded in a nursing experience and even an education experience. So those different schools of thought are going to be part of the conversation. Claudine, if you are in risk and compliance for nonprofit, do you see the business analyst route or the information security path to pivot to? I mean, risk and compliance, I think, is just a strong acumen to have. And I think that that's transferable. I mean, because you have, I would say, already the skill set to be able to apply those risk and compliance principles. It's just maybe learning the compliance organism that you are, then the new compliance organism that you're relating to, and that you're responsible to making sure whatever the standards are. But I think that I could see you exploring both of those areas and just playing up your capacity to be able to address this compliance standards of your particular industry and how that applies to another industry. Olivia, what do you think are the biggest opportunities for women and diverse founders to lead in fintech and AI? And how can communities like Disruptor DAO plug into that future? There are so many opportunities for fintech and for AI. And I will say the biggest opportunities, it just depends on how you view and view that. So I do believe there are global opportunities. to connect across fintech and AI. I think looking to US as your strength and your home base, but also exploring outside of the US for opportunities. Personally, I've been really connected in the sub-Saharan Africa, region. I've been really connected in the Middle East, and I think that being a bridge between founders, ecosystems, and also just having your acumen from here in the US, I think is a great opportunity for us to kind of expand and connect our talent, the future that we've already seen, and our ability to connect to new industries. So I do think that Disruptor DAO is awesome. I met the team at an event during the UNGA, and I think that we can, definitely in that event, we got a chance to connect to a global sense, a global connection, and I think opening that up is very important. So, and keeping that open among, I think, technology and finance, which is increasingly becoming borderless. Borderless aspect is something that we should connect to, embrace, and be a part of.
Wonderful. Thank you. Wait, one more question, Nicole, that came through. And I really want to get your take on this. From Tamara, are you seeing a change in how investors are investing in startups? It's so quick to create an app. Is having users on your platform important? And there's a lot of conversation around access to capital. Just want to touch on that really quickly before you leave us. It's such a great question.
Yeah. So I'm actually on the board of Mass Challenge, and I welcome everyone to look at Mass Challenge. It's a top 3 accelerator in the world. And the thing about Mass Challenge, which I really like, is it's a accelerator that, and a lot of accelerators do this, but they're accelerating you into a supply chain, a significant event where you have a customer, a major customer. And I think that investors are coming into the investment picture when it comes to startups, looking for startups that have a ready-made customer that's sitting there in the wings, looking for this type of either service or new product or new innovation. And so I think that investing is definitely a community sport. It is a community sport when it comes down to the kinds of ecosystems you connect to invest in, as well as co-investment in products and services and startups. So I think that to your point around, is there a change? I think there is maybe people, investors doubling down on what they know works instead of kind of doing experimentation. They're like, we know that startups that are in accelerators or startups that already have, strong clients and that want more from them. That's where we want to go. That there's another line of unicorns that are out there. And, I think that the times have changed. There's market volatility. There's lots of shifts, new rules, things are being reset. So investors who have, I would say, even the best data, the best research are still, I would say, on their toes. And so when you're on your toes in any space, I think community is always important. And just like Disruptor DAO, community is important. We're all on our toes. We need to be in community. Investors need to be in community. Builders and thinkers need to be in community. And I'm glad to be here and to connect more with everyone here, because that's what this is all about. AI, tech transformation, it's all here. But at the end of the day, it's us. Can we come together? Can we do more together? Can we imagine the future together? It's really us.
Yes, it is. And the final question, this came through right when at the end, if you don't mind, from Jim. I think this is so important.
Okay.
What are economists saying about the future of work for the wealth gap? It's already huge and can only get wider. This is what Jim is saying. So he's saying he's really concerned about what will happen for those folks who can't make this transition or who will need a great deal of support to make it.
Yeah, I can't point to any economists per se about what they're saying about the future of work for the wealth gap. But I will say to Jim, you are spot on. There is a wealth gap, and for many, it is growing more. And you can see that with emphasis on economic mobility. If you look at a lot of organizations and think tanks, and I would say Milken Institute, we have an economic mobility initiative focused specifically on this because the wealth gap, it has not been closing. And so when I think about the future of wealth, the future of work, I've been in a couple of settings and just want to give some examples, um, or one example because I know we have a time crunch. So if you look at the AI infrastructure data systems, um, and you look at what is needed to power up, to cool it, to for maintenance, for all of the the work that you need to have done, there's a huge need for HVAC acumen, right? But if you look at, there's a huge gap in HVAC skilled workers in the US. And so plumbers, specialists for coolant, we are building so much in technology, and we have not built up the talent and the infrastructure to be able to support, to make sure those facilities are safe, to make sure those facilities are working, that they're cooled down, that they don't create fires. I mean, so all of that. And so I would say too, look at those areas, because talk about community, Jim. Community is about us saying, who's going to create the next workforce or next business that has 100,000 HVAC service providers to fulfill what's needed for what Nvidia's building, or for what, and so get ahead of the curve. Always be ahead of the curve, and don't look at anyone who has a so-called blue collar job as someone who is not important to the ecosystems that we're building. I'm a lawyer. There's enough lawyers on the planet. We need people who can build, thrive, and transport and move things and build things and cool things. We need that, and it's going to take all of us to say, who's going to do it? It can be us, and who's going to own it, and who's going to leverage it, who's going to build cash flow from it, who's going to build wealth from it. Is it going to be us or not? And that's the question for us. Looking at these new innovations that are happening, what's needed to support it, to scale it, to grow it, and be a part of it. Get right in there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Nicole. Such powerful words, such powerful inspiration, giving us so many things to think about. And it's not just what jobs are replaced, what AI is going to replace, but the opportunity and the possibilities for, just like what you said, thinking about the plumbers and the technicians and all these other areas of skill sets that we don't even directly connect to this industrial revolution. So you've definitely supported us in expanding our minds. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, everyone who contributed to the conversation. Give thanks, and definitely would love to have you back for sure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So this definitely ties into the flow of our next speaker presenter, who is going to talk even more about wealth, building wealth at the intersections of technology. Alicia Holmes began her career at 21 with modest income and no financial assets. Yet she has achieved complete financial independence by her early 40s. Guided early by a mentor who taught her the fundamentals of wealth building, she embraced a key truth. that true financial success comes from shifting from a consumer mindset to an investor's mindset, living below your means and letting your money work for you. Alicia is the founding advisor and is another co-founder of Disruptor DAO. You'll meet several of our co-founders here today because the DAO allows you to be able to be an owner and a member within the organization. But Alicia is our founding advisor, and she dedicates her time to empowering women to build wealth and achieve financial freedom for themselves and their families. Alicia believes that with the right mindset, practical knowledge, and clear intention, that anyone can create lasting financial independence. Through her company, Journey to Wealth, Alicia helps others, particularly women, design lives of purpose, prosperity, and freedom. Welcome, Alicia Holmes.
Here we go. I am so happy to be here. Thank you so much. This is a great segue. The last conversation is a great segue. I am Alicia Holmes. I'm a financial educator and coach, and I often say known as the Wealth Whisperer. I often say that my North Star is seeing Black and Brown people prosperous and thriving across the diaspora. But my personal mission and passion is the financial empowerment of women, particularly women of color, because I really and truly believe that we won't see any of the real changes we want to see in the world until women understand markets and economies and are playing a much bigger role. So we talked a little bit about, we were having a conversation about the wealth gap. So there's so many studies out there. The Road to Zero Wealth. I believe it's by Prosperity Now, that if Black and Brown people, it says Black and Latinos, continue in the way things are in terms of our access to capital, our investing, the way we are in the job market, if things continue the way things are now, we're on a road to zero wealth. Incredible study. Then the other side of that is we're in this fifth industrial revolution. And there will be more millionaires walking the earth than ever before. We're going to see our first individuals who are trillionaires. And we're almost there. It's already happening. So the work that I do in the world is to close the wealth gap and teach us the tools and give us the opportunities through investing mostly in technology to shift that wealth gap. So the conversation I'm having with you today is about, this is incredible times that we're living in. There are opportunities everywhere. We talked a little bit about being a builder in the AI space. And I hope you leave this conversation today feeling like and understanding that you can be a builder, a shaper of this technological revolution that we're in right now with AI. So I'm going to talk with you about something that's very exciting to me, how AI can scale what you already do best, and how you can turn your expertise into a powerful agent. My journey, I'm a financial educator to an AI creator. I started investing in the 90s. I'm a futurist, and I achieved complete financial independence in my early 40s, and mostly through investing in two things. We all know that real estate is a gift that keeps on giving. And something we very often don't invest in is innovation and technology. We just don't have the right information about how you can invest to build wealth. I had a mentor in my 19, 20 years old who gave me the keys to the kingdom. And although working in nonprofits my whole career, I was able to build a 7-figure portfolio by the time I was in my early 30s and just be completely financially independent early. So what I love to do is teach what I've learned, what I know, the things that very often that have not been passed down to us generationally. So I have this lifelong mission, particularly of helping women move forward and into financial power from fear. And I have this expertise, and I was introduced to something called coding. I was in a collective, like a really high-end collective. I was a part of it as an instructor in this collective. And I got introduced to a lot of AI tools early in the game, and I was introduced to vibe coding. And I'm like, this is amazing. And then someone invited me to an event. I think it was at MasterCard offices, which are beautiful in New York. And I was introduced to AI agents. And someone was talking about how everything you would ever want to do to run a business, you can have agents do it all. You can have one person companies that'll be $billion companies. And this is the world of AI agents. Now I'm blown away. I get excited. I'm a futurist. This is where the world is moving. I think it's so important for us to understand where the world is moving so we can invest there and we can build there, so we can shape there and see ourselves being full participants. So I discovered how my experience and AI could have an exponential impact. And I've been spending, like, this is the last couple of weeks. I said, let me take a deep dive. And I turned my expertise into something that works intelligently and endlessly using AI. So I want everyone here to imagine what's possible. What is something you deeply care about that you wish were different? For me, I watched professional women. I watched first of all, the financial industry not quite interact with women in a way that empowered us around our finances to build wealth. I watched so many women. I was in a position where I had over 130 people, direct and indirect reports, and they would come to me and I would give them financial advice to clean up those retirement accounts and have them soaring. And so I was seeing how the information hasn't been passed out to us. And I wanted something different for people of color, different for women when it comes to access to correct investing information. What is that thing for you that you wish were different? Maybe it's the way your community accesses resources or your business runs or how you spend your time. Take a moment to write down something you care deeply about, or something you do repeatedly that you want to change, or something you always dreamed of building, or a business. If you could really, because we're going to come back to this, and by the end of this conversation, I hope you see new possibilities around it. So I'm going to go over to the comments. Okay. Just something you really are passionate about, something you care about, that you really, really want to see changes around. Okay. All right. So let me just talk to you a little bit about what vibe coding is. It's programming through intuition and language. And through natural commands, you express your creativity. You don't have to have a coding background. And you can be a builder, and you can design these intelligent systems. So an example, when I was first introduced to vibe coding, one of the people in the collective said, I go to events very often. I meet interesting people. I share these business cards. I've been using business cards apps, but I haven't really found a way that I could capture who the people are, why I want to stay connected with them, a picture of them, immediately get information about who they are, just pulled in, have a system for contacting them and following up with them, and a whole, just like I'm talking to you, talked it out, and then put it in a document. and we were able to, using some of the things that I'm going to talk about. Here we are. Looked at what they would like to do, what they were already doing, trying to follow up with people and using digital cards and all of those things. And then took that information and then turned it into a prompt. How about if I wanted to create this? Now there are enhanced prompting tools that are next level. You take your prompt, and this again, from this collective, was introduced to some advanced enhanced prompting tools, and turn that into an enhanced prompt. And just really play whatever your dreams, your wildest dreams could imagine, if you had some tool that would do this for you. So I did this and built a portfolio assessment tool because of the problem that I was seeing, and something I created in my 20s that made a huge difference between me being able to assess my investments and make sure they were mostly outperforming the market. I started investing in innovation tech early. I started investing in Apple when people thought it was a joke, and David Letterman was making fun of Bill Gates on the show. Like, yeah, really, I'm going to have a computer on my desk. Oh, wait, I'm going to have one at home. That's when I was investing. And that's when all of the opportunities are. So, problem. There are hidden blind spots in our portfolios. If you have a retirement account, you have a portfolio. If you put in buying some stock in Robinhood, you have a portfolio. And not being able to assess them, particularly our retirement accounts. And I feel very strongly about this because we really are leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table by not having the fundamentals and understanding what you need to know as an investor. And what you don't know, and I teach, I do investing masterclasses, I do boot camps. What you don't know and what you don't see is how much it's costing you in your wealth. So what I have found is that most women, particularly Black and brown women, and I work with a lot of professional, Black women are very highly educated. I work with many professionals, and when we're doing the right thing and we're putting it in the savings accounts, God forbid we're putting in a CD, and then our retirement accounts are just stalling. And generations of exclusion from financial education has left us trusting experts without the tools to verify results. Anybody in this situation? You're not even looking at it, or you're talking to your advisors, you're just letting them do whatever they need to do, and you're not really checking. You think that their expertise and them being a financial expert means that you're just leaving it in their hand. This set it and forget it costs. Understand. And then how do you even assess what they're doing? And you think, like, sometimes traditional reviews, your risk tolerance, and all of these things they say you should do, it could take some time, and most people just never do them and don't even understand it. In my 20s, because I am an avid investor, I decided to come up with not just I'm investing in tech, I'm investing in real estate, got this retirement account, and it better be working for me. And I'm assessing it. And I'm like, what are growth funds? And my mentor taught me about index funds. And how can I hypercharge this? Ooh, what is a REIT? And how are they doing? I mean, I really took the time. And I became the voice for this in my whole office. So what you need to know that advisors rarely show your true return on investment after fees and taxes. And I tell ladies and anyone who's close to me, and I've been doing this officially with my organization for 10 years, but all my life, that you only have two choices. You manage those who manage your money because you know what they should be doing, what your return should be, what your fees should be. Are you meeting the benchmarks, or you manage it yourself? Doing nothing is expensive. And I could have story over and over. Top executive that I'm working with now, top of his field. I created this vibe. I vibe coded this tool. Couldn't believe it. Got in touch with advisors the next day. It was like, I'm not playing. I can't believe this. Most portfolios, we need to understand, underperform. And until you really look at these numbers, it'll like to get to the heart of how much it's costing you because you're not paying attention. Or now I set up late night and looked at this process I've created since my 20s, and I kept it simple. And all of the nuances, I want you to flag this and flag that. And if something's not performing, then put it in red. And if it is performing, put it in green. And what has been hidden and this blind spot that's costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars and our investments not working for us, now created a tool where it's been revealed and instantly. So I want to go to my solution. And what I had in the solution, in my investing masterclass, in my portfolio, and in my boot camp, I have a section on assessing your current investments, and a process that I've created for years where you're looking at any of the ETFs, the mutual funds, the stock, anything you're holding. And you're asked, what is my return? And I show you how just 12% a year, $100 invested consistently, dollar cost averaging it. 40 years, you'd have over $1 million. Any of us could do that. I show us all of the growth funds and sector funds that you could be investing in and what that would look like in your portfolio. And I compare it to a benchmark. Are you investing in things that are not doing as good as the market? Because if you are, you don't want to be in something that's underperforming the market. That's called a benchmark. Benchmarks are a standard. Are you in investments that don't meet the standard? Did you understand? A lot of times we're not taught this. So these are the tools that I've been using for years and then teaching now for over a decade. And so I wanted to flag these underperformers, evaluate your return on investments, and so you can have something where you could see this in minutes. So vibe coding, just talking it through, like I explained earlier, vibing it, enhanced prompt, throw it into an AI agent tool, and voila. Now, I did spend some time, like in the evening, I'm up to 1 o'clock. It's exciting because it's something you care about. Remember, I asked everyone, think about something you care about. And I tweaked it, and it's beautiful because it builds this beautiful app, and then you tweak it, and it builds it, and tweaks it, and tweaks it. And I want to share with you what I came up with. And I'm beta testing it in a boot camp, a wealth boot camp that I'm running this October. So I want to go to the app. I want to present someone on the private chat. I am going to share my screen. Here we go. So let's say so in this tool, portfolio assessment. Now, I used to have ladies spend a whole week looking at it. Sometimes you had multiple jobs and you had multiple retirement accounts and you had different places you've been in, buying a few stocks here, buying a few stocks here, putting everything together. So you enter your name. This is the tool. Vibe coded it. You can do it too. You can do it. Anything you want to create, you could create it. Put your name in, your email, and then you go and you look at just the tickers. You're not putting any personal information. You put the tickers of the stock, ETFs, or mutual funds that you own. You click on Run My Portfolio Analysis, and voila, it will give you your results. It will show you the things that you invested in that are in green. Wow, these are outperforming the S&P 500. You have a green flag, green, the 3-year performance versus the 3-year performance of the SPY, which is an ETF that tracks the S&P 500, which is a great benchmark standard. You are like way above the standard. You're investing in something like this. By the way, this is a semiconductor ETF that I have for over a decade been following. And with the advancements in AI, the need for really strong processors and chips, picked it all up in here. Even if you didn't know the particular stock to buy, this ETF was a great one. And then the QQQs, the top 100. I'm giving you some great tips here. The top 100 non-financial stocks on the NASDAQ exchange, the NVIDIAs, the Apple, the Magnificent Seven, all of the top tech companies, they're here, 100 of them, outperforming the market over 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, green flag, green flag. And then there's some mutual fund stock ETFs in your portfolio that may be underperforming the market. Someone I work with could not believe that, considering how the market has been doing, that they were in a number of funds that literally were returning 2, 3, 5, 7% in 5 years, and they had a wealth manager. I have been doing this work for really 30 years, but intentionally in this way, having people do a portfolio analysis for the last 10 years. And I would say 80 to 90% of people that I've worked with had to do this manually. And it takes some time. And I had a form, were startled by how much they were underperforming. So this is the tool that I built, and I'm going to stop sharing. How do I stop sharing here? I'm going to go back to my presentation. There we go. So how I built it, I mapped out my process. I talked it into my phone. I love talking in my phone. I'm doing this for years. I do the portfolio assessment. I have people do this. I have people do that. I want to really, pull this data. I have people go to Yahoo Finance. Can we use Yahoo Finance data? I really took the time to just talk it all out. And then that was my vibe coding. And then I went into ChatGPT, Gemini. Okay, this is what I want to build. Then I took that and I put it in a tool. I can't think of it. It's an enhancement of a prompt enhancer. It's a prompt enhancer, and it took it to the next level. Then I put it in a tool called Emergent AI, and I said, build it for me. I put the whole prompt in from ChatGPT, playing around with it, talking it in, putting it in. All of these tools are free, by the way, except Emergent AI, which I think was $20 a month. Actually, ChatGPT, I have the advanced version there. I may pay $20. And voila, the app that I just showed you, my legacy, these simple things. And you know what? I have looked around, and people tell you to do your risk assessment and all of these things, and it gets confusing. And financial professionals, they like doctors, they like to keep things complicated so that you feel like you have to rely on them. This simple tool, I have used it in my boot camp. I have used it with my dear friends from everyone, some who are super wealthy and some who are not. And women in my boot camp, and everyone is like, wow, I can actually see what I need to do to move forward. And you have an idea that you can do this with too. The message I have for you here is that every calling can be amplified by AI. I truly believe that. All we have to do is see ourselves as builders. Think about these things. You could scale anything you're doing right now. It's a great time to be alive. Your unique wisdom, what you do, own it. A lot of times as women, we don't own it, is your competitive advantage. Hear that. Internalize that. Your unique wisdom is your competitive advantage. Ask yourself, what could an agent do? What can I build? Because I built this from a conversation. And we're talking about the future of work. Reimagine what's possible from a perspective of thriving with AI by your side. So if you could think back to that one thing you wrote down, the challenge, dream, or idea that mattered most to you, what it would look like if you could teach AI to help you do it better, faster, and at scale. The results, first time I'm beta testing it right now. I know what it took for women to look at all those numbers and ever calling people and having to download sheets and now to be able to do it in like 5 minutes or less. Better, faster, at scale. What if technology didn't replace you, this conversation, but amplified what's uniquely yours? As I wrap up. Okay, I am Alicia Holmes. I'm a financial educator and coach. I'm a futurist. I have been investing in tech from the very, very beginning in the 90s of my career. I am a huge proponent in this, and the future of money is digital and it's sitting on the blockchain. And I do a crypto camp. It's an intro into the space. If you ever felt uncomfortable, like, what do I do? How do I invest securely? This public keys, private keys, I don't understand this world. I do a crypto camp a few times a year, and I have one coming up Saturday, November 15th. I try to make it very accessible. It's $297, and I have a half off code, Crypto Camp FF 2025 for friends and family. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be in the game. And just like I said, I invested in Apple when people were thinking it was a joke to have a personal computer on your desk. I've been investing in crypto since 2017 when the same people who were saying it was a scam were buying it. And now, when I started, it was around $800 Bitcoin, and now it's over 110K. And nobody has a crystal ball. Go to 1 million or more. You don't want to not be in this game. All right. I want to ending reflections. Thank you. I can please follow me. This is my flow code. Follow me on LinkedIn, Facebook. Make sure that you are following me. And thank you so much, Disruptor Dow, for what you're doing. I didn't get a chance to see if there are any comments or questions. But if you have any questions for me, I would love to answer any questions.
Yes. Thank you, Alicia. Always a joy and a pleasure to have you. Definitely that app that you created is so phenomenal. Definitely want to talk more about, and then we're going to get more into this later on in our segment, in our summit today, taking it from code to being an app, and then it actually being live, wanting to just dive deeper into the steps, and so that we can actually manifest these ideas as they come through. So thank you so much, Alicia.
You are
Truly
welcome.
appreciate you. For sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then the question goes,
Moving right along, and then we're going to go
okay,
to break after our next speaker. But I'm glad, Alicia, that you also shared about your crypto camp. Again, as we mentioned before, Alicia is one of the founding co-founders of Disruptive DAO and our founding advisor. And Disruptive DAO, oh, I need to give this background. Disruptive DAO was birthed out of Journey to Wealth back in 2022 or a little bit before then. A ton of ladies were meeting up on a 7:30 on a Thursday morning, researching The Future is Faster Than You Think. We were reading that book together, and we were taking pieces out of the book and researching them and learning about these different crypto projects, right? And so at the time, we were researching HBAR and researching Ethereum and sharing about them and looking into the future of AI, the future of marketing. And that was early 2020. And in the book, it talks about in 5 years, this will happen, in 5 years, in 5 years. And here we are 5 years later. And so, as a result of being a part of Journey to Wealth, we saw, during the Dow craze back in like 2022, around how people were coming together with a shared purpose, shared mission, and vision to create wealth together and leveraging the blockchain and understanding what tokenized economies were about and understanding how you can have shared decentralized governance through blockchain technology. And so, us ladies, all the co-founders were a part of Journey to Wealth, and we decided to launch Disruptor DAO out of that movement. And so here we are, here still today, moving in this path in the future. So thank you again, and thank all of you all for joining us in this journey, in this movement.
thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Alicia. So next up, we're going to hear from another Disruptor DAO co-founder who is going to talk more about the future of crypto and emerging tech careers. So great segue from Alicia's session, learning about crypto, but we're going to hear now from Joy. Joy is a leader, and Joy Fajoku is a leader in disruptive technology, blockchain, Web3, and AI for social good. She's a co-founder of Disruptive DAO, as I mentioned, driving equity and inclusion through blockchain, Web3, and AI. With experience in IT, compliance, and investment, Joy creates strategies that empower communities and bridge the wealth gap. Her leadership in accessible Web3 education, including her work with Unit Masters, reflects her commitment to opening opportunities for women and unrepresented groups worldwide. So today, Joy is going to share more with us about crypto and emerging tech careers. Hey, Joy.
Hi, thank you, Angela. I'm so excited. This has been such good information. I hope everybody's taking notes. I'm getting, I hope everybody's taking notes. I've learned so much just being on, listening to the two former presenters. And so right now I'm going to share my slides with you. You give me 1 second to share my screen. And we are going to talk about, or I'm going to share some insights on crypto and emerging tech careers, your roadmap to future-proof opportunity, okay? Before I even get started, the two words I want people to remember are adaptability, and reframing. That's going to come up through the duration of this conversation or this talk that I'm having with you, because I think your ability to be adaptable in this period and your ability to reframe specifically your experiences, the experience that you've had in your work career up until this point is probably your biggest asset as we transition into this future of workspace. So with that, I'll start. So the world of work, as we know, is changing, and many jobs across many fields like administration, teaching, customer service are completely being reinvented. And whether you're 25 years old or whether you're 55 years old, this is important. This matters for you to pay attention right now because a lot is going on. The World Economic Forum says that we are on the cusp of 170 million new jobs by 2030. Most aren't for coders, though. And that's good news for us. I will say that this talk, in advance, I will say that this talk is mostly dedicated to non-technical people, which I am a non-technical person. I love that Alicia shared how she built a whole app as a non-technical person. No longer is it true that being non-technical is a limit to us in the technical, in the technology space. So right now, what people need as a non-technical person, you need to have skill sets like communication, like being a good communicator, being a good organizer, being able to train, and being a reliable professional. Your history, your work experience is extremely valuable if you know how to transition it, how to use what you've learned in this new world. So most of us, we were not necessarily trained to see this coming, what's happening now. But with 170 million jobs opening up, this is a new chance for many of us, for many people, to use their ability to solve problems and work with others and help people adjust to change, to take advantage of this opportunity and propel ourselves into new careers in this new world, or to create job security around the career path that we're on, as the career path that we're on advances with technology, as technology advances. So just because you don't do tech doesn't mean you don't have room in this space. The tech industry today is looking just as hard at skills like empathy, soft skills like empathy and communication and trust, just as hard at those skills as it is looking for engineers. So I want you to think about, for example, 10 years ago, when, nobody necessarily thought that, being managing a brand Instagram page could be a full career. But now people do that for a living. And for the people who may have been simply photographers in the old world, they were able to take those skills, adapt them, reframe it. And now, these people are having thriving social media careers in the new world. And that's the same way we need to look at ourselves and what value we bring to this conversation and how we can transition that value from today and into the future. So, big picture is that disruption equals opportunity. Disruption sometimes gets a bad rap because with disruption comes change, and change can be scary, but it doesn't have to be. This isn't just about AI taking jobs. Technology and automation are transforming how we work, as you've already heard, and opening up areas no one thought was possible just a few years ago. And you have a lot of agency here. If you wait to adapt, change can be scary, and also it can be forced. You don't want to be in that space. So if you decide to learn early, you can pick your direction and minimize your stress. So just think about, for example, supply chains that use blockchains to allow anyone to trace a product like food, for example, from where it came from to where it's going. Or think about charities that also use blockchain to allow donors to track where the money goes. Or think about artists that also use blockchain to give proof that something that they created is unique and valuable as such. If you are a non-technical person, you don't need to worry about building these types of systems to be valuable to the community or the team or the organization that builds these types of systems, because these types of organizations also need people to explain, to organize, and to guide people, the masses, on how to use these types of systems and how to make these systems valuable in their life. And this is where you can easily fit in as a non-technical person in this world that is increasingly more and more reliant through collaboration with technical know-how. So wherever you hear disruption, just remember that it means that new doors are opening. It's not just that doors are closing, but new doors are opening, and it's up to you to decide how to to play that, right? So who is this talk for? Who is this talk for? Well, you might be mid-career with a mortgage, juggling family schedules, leading small teams, or working in healthcare, education, customer service, administration. If that's the case, then this talk might be for you. The future of work needs organizers, it needs trainers, it needs helpers with real life experience and real perspectives, just as much as it needs technical people to steer and adopt this new technology. Every day, there are companies, crypto companies, blockchain companies, AI companies, hiring teachers, former teachers, nurses, parents, military vets every day to lead operations, compliance, and customer support, because your experience, the value of your experience is useful if, again, you know how to adapt and reframe, right? So, according to the World Economic Forum, high growth areas include such things as, well, let's go through it. So, in data and tech, companies desperately need people to make sense of numbers, for example, check for privacy and legal issues, and teach teams how new systems work, right? In Web3 and decentralized tech, organizations need a wealth of people, from project managers to trainers and facilitators, to introduce new ways for people to connect, work, and manage money or information online. In customer and community building, onboarding helpers, support leaders, and community team members are needed to help make new technology usable to everyday people and everyday businesses. In green tech and sustainability, we need good reporting, we need education, we need outreach to track energy savings and to ensure companies treat people well and to ensure companies treat the planet well. Organizations need people to translate data into stories, organize reporting, and help train the next wave. You don't need to know how to install solar panels or write code to make a big impact in these spaces. So let's anchor this. What does a shift like this actually look like? Well, have you ever written a report for management? Because that can translate to a big data visualization specialist, helping companies spot patterns in their numbers. Or maybe you've worked in HR or admin. You could be a compliance advisor for a crypto company, for example, making sure new rules get followed and explaining why they matter. If you ever hosted events or even ran a PTA meeting, metaverse community building is just organizing people online, not in person. Customer service reps are wired for onboarding, teaching people how new apps and platforms work step by step. Nonprofit or environment advocates can become sustainability analysts, tracking waste, energy, or social impact for forward-thinking firms. And in emerging tech, the term community typically means everyone from first-time users to superfans and skeptics. Keeping community informed, safe, and engaged is a core need. So some of the roles within this area can include welcoming newcomers, organizing virtual meetings, gathering and reporting feedback, writing FAQs, frequently asked questions. You can be the bridge between the experts, the technical people, and the everyday people, right? The people that need the people that need to take advantage of these services, right? So bottom line, if you've ever solved a problem for a team, your experience is closer to these new roles than you think if you know how to adapt and reframe. And the soft skills that you already have, like empathy, patience, like clear communication, these can be highly sought after skills in this space if you know how to use it in that way. You don't need to throw away your old skills, just adapt them. Project management, keeping tasks on track, chasing deadlines translates to running operations for online companies or decentralized teams, which simply translates to an organization with no boss and lots of coordination and collaboration. Background in background in retail teaches customer empathy, perfect for user experience and product onboarding. A background in admin teaches organization, precision, workflow, needed in compliance and digital reporting. So think about the work that you actually currently do. Could you teach it? Can you explain it? Can you organize it or manage it in a new context? This is how you have to think to figure out how to move from where we currently are to where the future is moving to. And so then we get to the point where we look to reverse engineer the transition, right? What are the steps that need to be taken to do this? The first step is to self-evaluate, get practical, write down your best skills, your best strengths. What do you really do well, you know? And then think about how those skills can translate. If you teach, if you're a good teacher, maybe it's training adults to use a new product, a new app. If you manage details well, maybe it's organizing virtual meetings in a green energy startup, for example. And then you also have to decide the path you're trying to take, because in this new world, we have people who will totally change careers, as stated, 170 million new jobs predicted, or to be made within by 2030. That's new industries that do not exist currently will exist by 2030. So we have people that will be entering, fully new career paths, but we also have people that will be staying on their current career path. And so you have to decide which way you want to go, because both paths need upskilling or reskilling in the area of technology. Our ability to collaborate effectively with tech gives us the edge that we need to keep our job secure or to move into new careers altogether. So you decide, do you want to stay in your current field and upskill with new tools, or do you want to reskill and move to a fresh area like blockchain or sustainability? The point is to change the lens from which you view your current skill sets. What if your skills are exactly what this new industry needs, but just in a slightly different context or role, right? How would you figure that out, and how would you put that together? That's the thing that you need to figure out. Remember, this is just as much about adaptability and reframing as it is about upskilling and reskilling. So then we have, skills roadmap. We have soft skills, we have hard skills. Soft skills like empathy, team collaboration, and problem solving matter more than ever. And hard skills, that might be the true gap that you need to bridge by being proactive once you understand the path that you're deciding to take, right? Once you understand that path, then you figure out how to learn the basics, how to use the latest online work tools in your field to keep yourself on top, right? How to keep information safe, for example, in this new world is a great skill to learn. And to that end, I think we have an offering that will be coming a little bit later around compliance. The tech industry has a dirty secret, and most teams desperately know that what is needed is translators, people who bridge technology and normal daily life. So if you've ever explained ChatGPT to a coworker, created a helpful checklist, or kept the team together during a tough change, those are the same skills blockchain, green energy, and digital companies will pay for, right? Literally writing onboarding emails, moderating a Discord chat, or building next month's ESG, environmental, social, and governance report could be your entry point into this new world. If you're careful with private documents, digital security principles are the same. It's just a new tool. So you just need to know how to translate what you already know how to do as an entry point into the future. And then we think about, in terms of learning, what path? What are the pathways? Learning can be short, like free workshops on online spaces like Coursera, LinkedIn. You could even use YouTube to learn new things. You can get started immediately, like even this weekend. Even as little as 30 minutes to an hour a week puts you way ahead of new job seekers who haven't started yet. And there are many new job seekers that have not even started this process, which is unfortunate. But you don't just want to learn, you want to do. Action builds confidence, credibility, and can produce job offers as well. Try running a virtual event for your community, writing a simple how-to for new users, or volunteering for an online group. Even shadowing an expert online or helping your old company start a new digital process can give you real life experience. And it's also very important to document your process. This not only builds community around you, but it also shows authenticity and builds trust. It's a true shortcut to moving forward fast on your career track, right? And remember, you get noticed by showing what you can do, not just what you say or what you study, right? So don't wait. Waiting until you're 100% ready slows you down. Start small, but act immediately. Act now, right? And as you're learning, as you're growing, you also want to be editing, right? Like your resume. Reframe your resume. Today's resume should tell a story. I learn fast. I adapt quickly. I bring people together. I make new systems usable for everyone. As a non-technical person, focus on language, showing adaptability, clarity, and real-world impact. Facilitate a transition to remote operations. Organize onboarding for new digital system adoption. Produce clear guides for non-technical users. When it comes to things like networking, it doesn't mean that you need to sell yourself necessarily. It does mean connecting with people and asking honest questions, joining things like LinkedIn communities, starting conversations in these communities that interest you, and being helpful. One thoughtful question or direct message can be more powerful than hundreds of generic applications. And always remember that visibility is key, so stay visible. And part of working this plan will always be continuous learning. So as stated before, even just an hour a week to learn a new process or an app will help you and keep you ahead of the pack. Now, when it comes to how to get started, as you're learning, as you're editing your resume, how to get started, one of the things that I want to let you know is that entry level in this space, especially as a non-technical person, does not mean starting at the bottom. In tech fields, entry level staff are often the first contact that users have. They're the ones that build trust, that explain new concept, and that are relied on for guidance by the end users, right? So think gatekeeper as opposed to rookie. That's usually the position you'll hold as a entry level person. So people skills matter more than tech skills at this level. You know, teachers, parents, former teachers, even retail managers, you know, can be very valuable in this space. These roles go fast, and you know, you can see promotion quite quickly if you have the skill set and you can show your value in that way. So don't be so quick to judge a job by its title. The right entry role can be the platform for long-term career and rapid advancement. And this is why technical roles matter, because no matter the tech, projects fail if they can't connect with real people, manage teams, or explain things simply. And that's where you come in, because you can be the one that is able to fulfill that side of things for the end user, for mass adoption. Behind every successful tech product are patient helpers, diligent organizers, and clever bridges between code and everyday life. So the World Economic Forum lists the top future skills, some of the top future skills as analytical and creative thinking, resilience, agility, teamwork, curiosity, leadership. If you can manage a tricky schedule, pick up a new tech tool, sort out a crisis, or teach a grandparent to use email, then you're already set up properly for this period of time that we're in. Don't bury these experiences or think that these experiences don't matter. Put them up front on your resume and your LinkedIn and in your interviews. Talk about these experiences, because these are some of the things that hiring managers want to know, and you can use this to explain why you would be useful in your role in a potential new career path of your choosing. As for next steps, right, of where to start, start by picking one bite-sized learning goal. For example, learn about blockchain, take an intro to blockchain course, for example, or a digital compliance course. Tweak your LinkedIn headline to show you're embracing change and building new skills. Offer to help run a Zoom meeting for a DAO of your choice, like Disruptor DAO. We're always looking to expand our community, and you should definitely, you are a part of the family, but find ways to get involved, because it's a collective, but you're also building your own skills that you can use beyond the DAO for yourself and for your future as well. Offer to help digitize a record keeping process or draft simple fact sheets for a new process or app. Take small steps, but these small steps add up. After some months, you'll have a true story about your own growth and a portfolio that backs that story up and shows that you're ready, not just in theory, but in practice and in reality. So, what is the takeaway? The takeaway is that real success means layering new skills on top of what you already do well. Tech companies need team builders, clear communicators, patient troubleshooters who can help whole teams adjust and thrive during constant change. Becoming technical is not a must in the future of work, but collaborating with tech is. Additionally, curiosity, service, and adaptability will always open doors. Excuse me. If you're willing to start, try, and ask good questions, you'll move further than you ever imagined. But you do have to take those initial steps, and you do need to, just keep on putting one foot in front of the other. The truth is, the future of technology belongs not just to those who code, but it belongs to those who turn complicated things into useful realities for everyone, which can mean you. Every high growth sector, from blockchain to AI and to green energy, we must build trust, guide people, and make these systems usable, right? And that's where us non-technical people can fit in. Begin where you are, take small, consistent steps, learn, reach out, or practice a new way of describing your skills. You don't have to leap far, but you do have to move forward. And in closing, what I'll say is your career history is your launch pad, right? Don't shy away from it. Figure out how to translate it into the terms of the moment. Every past skill maps to something future facing. You can start small, learn fast, and adapt continuously. And remember that the point really is adapt and reframe is the name of the game. Thank you very much. That is the end of the presentation.
Beautiful. Thank you, Joy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, adapting and reframing. What comes to mind is also, we may have heard this, being the human in the loop or being a hybrid human, right? And adapting and incorporating some of these technological skills into our everyday flow. And we're going to talk about that later. So thank you so much, Joy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Tribe. We are here at a breaking point. We're going to take a quick break to come back at the top of the hour And when we return, we'll be joined by another Disruptive DAO co-founder who's going to take the moderation there. So I will be in the background moving forward, and just want to give honor and thanks to everybody for being with me today and being with us and allowing me to share with you. But we're going to take a quick break. In the meantime, be sure to grab some water, grab a snack, and also be sure to follow us on all of our social media channels. And so we are on YouTube at Disruptive DAO, in Instagram, as well as LinkedIn. And we'll also be sure to drop the links to our socials in the chat. Be sure to follow us. And like Joyce said, come on in and engage more with the tribe. And also during the break, we would love reflections. Please share, what you've received thus far. We've had phenomenal shares from our speakers this rising. So we'd love to get y'all's feedback, thoughts, ideas, any other topics you might want to dive deeper into our break. So we got 10 minutes. See you back at the top of the hour. Thank you.
Step right up, future's here. No more sidelines, make it clear. Change your mind, change the frame, rewrite the rules, win the game. The work we knew is shifting fast. Yesterday's skills, they just won't last. But change is good, it sets the stage. A brand new chapter, turn the page. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and bright. In this summit, claim your light. Rules of engagement, we rewrite. The future of work is in your sight. Pull up a chair, bring your flair. You're at the table, no need to beware. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and bright. In this summit, claim your light. Rules of engagement, we rewrite. The future of work is in your sight. Pull up a chair, bring your flair. You're at the table, no need to beware. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. Step right up, future's here. No more sidelines, make it clear. Change your mind, change the frame, rewrite the rules, win the game. The work we knew is shifting fast. Yesterday's skills, they just won't last. But change is good, it sets the stage. A brand new chapter, turn the page. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and bright. In this summit, claim your light. Rules of engagement, we rewrite. The future of work is in your sight. Pull up a chair, bring your flair. You're at the table, no need to beware. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope that you've had a great time on that short break, got something to eat, got something to drink. We do thank you for being with us. We hope that you've enjoyed the first half of our summit. Remember, this is our third summit. We are continuously working to bring you the best that we have in the space of AI and technology and what's happening in the future. I'm Zawadi, and I'm the host of Wellness Wednesdays. So, coming up next, we do have three speakers. The first is going to be Joanna Summers. Joanna is a crypto and asset forfeiture specialist and consultant advising fintech and government organizations on digital asset management, fraud protection, and regulatory compliance. Previously, as Chief Recovery Officer at a tech startup, she shaped SaaS solutions for government asset forfeiture programs worldwide. With over a decade at the U.S. Marshal Service, Joanna has pioneered cryptocurrency forfeiture processes and managed billions in seized assets. An ambassador for the Association of Women in Cryptocurrency, she holds an MS in finance from Johns Hopkins University. Now, Joanna will be coming to us via video presentation. And along with her is Dr. Eve, who you've met before, and Paula is one of our Disruptor DAO founders as well. Paula is a dynamic business strategist and sports marketing enthusiast who thrives on turning complete complex challenges into exciting growth. On track to earn dual AI certifications, she combines her passion for cybersecurity with a talent for integrating cutting edge technology and proven expertise in marketing, business development, and event management. Paula leads impactful marketing campaigns, forges strategic partnerships, and creates events that spark tech innovation, elevate cybersecurity awareness, and empower communities. And now, a word from Joanna.
Thank you, Anjali, for having me at today's Cybersecurity Career Pathway Summit. I'm Joanna Summers, and today I'm going to share some insights on my career and some of the exciting opportunities that I see in this field. With cyber threats evolving rapidly, I think cybersecurity professionals are going to be in high demand for a long time to come. So whether you're just starting out or you're looking to advance, I think there's a path for you here. So a little bit about me. I spent about 12 years as a federal employee, about 10 of which were with the U.S. Marshal Service Asset Forfeiture Division. I ran the complex assets unit there, and my team handled any complex financial instrument or ongoing business that was subject to federal forfeiture. So custody, valuation, liquidation of it. And during that time, I had a really unique experience because we took custody of the Silk Road Bitcoin, and I was able to develop the cryptocurrency program for DOJ from there. So during that time, I saw a lot of the issues that we were facing in the industry with cryptocurrency, with blockchain technology, with bad actors, and had a lot of time to think about what to do with it before I came over to the private sector. So if you're new to cybersecurity, I would start with a foundational role like an IT support specialist or a junior security analyst. These type of roles involve monitoring networks, troubleshooting issues, and learning threat detection. And I think it's really important to make sure you understand operating systems, network basics, and tools like firewalls. Also, expand your network through industry events. The best thing you can do is go to conferences, go to summits like this one, go to webinars, and just make sure that you're constantly learning in this space. I think there's also a lot of room for roles like cybersecurity analyst or pen testers, penetration testers, known as ethical hackers. So you can monitor for breaches. Meanwhile, pen testers are simulating attacks to find vulnerabilities. So a really good certification is certified ethical hacker or university programs. I think if you're at a university, you want to see if there's any type of course surrounding these types of issues. I also recommend you get your university to host a hackathon. It will get you that practical experience that you need in this space. and it'll be a great addition to your resume. So moving over into crypto, which is a little bit more about what I know, I think cryptocurrency compliance is a huge new role at financial institutions. We all know crypto is booming, and with the recent passage of the Genius Act, banks and financial institutions are building financial programs, and they're hiring experts for regulatory compliance. So these are going to be roles that focus on anti-money laundering, AML, know your customer, KYC protocols, and blockchain analysis to help prevent fraud and implement stablecoin adoption. So demand for these positions is rising, and it kind of blends a cybersecurity role with financial regulation. So another critical area I see is fraud prevention. We need more real-time solutions for fraud prevention. We've seen a huge rise in cryptocurrency-based scams like pig butchering. Pig butchering, for example, originates out of Southeast Asia a lot of the time, and the victims of the scams are not the only victims. The scammers themselves are usually victims of human trafficking as well. So these investment romance scams, AI-driven scams, we need fraud solutions for them. And I think banks are now combining cybersecurity with national security and public welfare when they look at the need in this role. So pig butchering, deepfakes, ransomware, other threats, it's really vital that we safeguard critical infrastructure in an AI-driven world. And there are roles out there that are starting to do this. So in summary, I think there's a lot of different roles you can go into in cybersecurity. There's a lot of rewarding pathways. And I think crypto compliance and fraud prevention are just two of them. But thank you so much for hearing me out today. And it's so inspiring to see so many people in this space looking to go into these roles and make the world a better place. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out, connect with me on LinkedIn. And I'd love to hear more about the journey you're working on. So thank you, Anjali, and the team for having me today.
That's good.
Sonia done me my Mac. Well, thank you so much for Joanna. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here, but she dropped some great gems. And let me just backtrack a little bit and say that Joy's presentation about non-tech and what the skill sets, hard skill sets and soft skill set blends into what we're going to be talking about a little bit, or what I'm going to be talking about a little bit in terms of cybersecurity careers. And so I'm just going to read a little bit of some facts. I don't want to get these wrong. So women make up only 22% of cybersecurity in workforce today. But that's rising fast and expect to reach about 30% by 2030. So ladies and gentlemen out there, cybersecurity is looking for you. And the reason why this is important is because they needed a diverse team that are able to spot threats, innovate, be more innovative, and most importantly, build trust in a digital world. So let me just give you some ideas on what careers, if you're not aware what cybersecurity careers are, let me give you some ideas of what is out there. Let me give you some ideas of what the salary ranges are and what the skills and roles are. So if you wanted to be a security analyst, the salary ranges between $70,000 to $95,000. The skills are analytical thinking, basic networking, and detail orientation. I believe anyone can do that. The role is monitor and defend networks from threats and perfect problem solving. This one she mentioned, I believe Joanna mentioned, was penetration tester, which is ethical hacker. I kind of like this one, Dr. Eve.
I can see that.
Which is a salary of $95,000 to $145,000. And basically it's just assessing, doing vulnerability assessment and creative reasoning. The role is to find and fix weakness before attackers can do damage. So who out there in our world would want to be an ethical hacker?
I think I want to change a career.
I need to change one.
They pay very well.
I need to change one. Just give a couple more, which is AI security analysts, which is their salary ranges between $100,000 to $145,000. Your skills that are needed is machine learning basics. So here we've been talking about AI all day. So again, if you're not into AI, if you haven't even started, I would encourage you. There's all kinds of resources out there free. that you can start learning AI. And I believe we have some more guests to appear after us who's going to really talk about AI. And then, of course, the role is just to tackle threats using AI tools, ideal for tech curious minds. So who's curious? Just a couple more. There's a threat to intellectual intelligence analysts, which is 105 in salary to 160,000 in the skills of data research, logical reasoning, and communication. So these are skills that, again, that Joy was talking about in terms of soft skills, in terms of non-technical. So again, take your skills that you currently have and bridge those over to some of the cybersecurity careers. So I just want to just touch on a couple of those and just kind of say that it's not too late if you're beginning your career, in your midpoint of your career, or if you're seasoned, to transition over into a cybersecurity career, if that's something of interest to you. And this is a great platform right now because guess what, Dr. Eve? You know it's Cybersecurity Awareness Month?
Yes, there is. It is. And actually, you probably have been receiving in your emails reminders, right? That it is, because it is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, your banks, your lending institutions, anyone that you do transactions with are probably sharing how you should be changing your passwords, reminding you to use VPN instead of public Wi-Fi, right? Or setting up a two-factor authenticator. And while that's all important, I want us to talk about something that's often overlooked. So what's your plan if your business actually gets compromised? And it doesn't matter if you're a solopreneur, entrepreneur, it's you can have the best malware program in the market, but if you don't have a contingency plan, an emergency response plan, those programs won't matter, right? Because prevention is one part of cybersecurity, but what people often forget, it's the response is where our ability to recover really lies. So we want to make this a little interactive at this moment, and I would like for you to please type your answers in the YouTube chat. We're curious to know who's in our audience, right? And so if you're an entrepreneur, you're holding an LLC or DBA or doing any type of business transactions online where you're generating revenue, please type a 1 in your chat. We're curious to see how many business folks we have. So if you could take a moment and just type 1 if you fall under any one of these categories. And then I will, I can't see the comments. So
there's a lot of ones coming through. I'm going to add myself in there.
So there's a lot of ones coming through. Okay, that's expected. That's expected. Thank you, folks. Now, here's my next question. If you believe you already have a cybersecurity strategy in place, so you have your VPN, your malware protection, your encryption, you have backups going, type a 2. For all of you who typed in a 1, I want you to type a 2 if you feel your strategies are in place. How does that go? And I can't see the response, if someone could share.
We don't have any 2s as of yet. We only have 1s.
We have 1. Okay. So I'm curious, how many 1s were there? Were there more than 5, more than 10, more than 15?
Between 5 and
between.
15.
So,
oh, I'm sorry. We got some 2s coming in.
Okay.
Few 2s. More 1s than 2s.
More 1s and 2s. Okay, that's to be expected. So let me ask you folks who put in some 2s. Full transparency. Have you written a contingency plan or a response plan that you have actually reviewed at least on a quarterly basis? If so, can you give me a 3? So I could see now there's a lot more 1s. There's some 2s. How many 3s do we have? Anyone out there who's done their contingency plan and who reviews it quarterly? We're not shaming, no naming. We're just kind of seeing what's out there. Any 3s in the box yet?
No 3s, but maybe that's an opportunity for us.
All right. You know what? That's exactly why we're having this conversation right now, right? It's what does it mean for us to prepare, right? And picture this, right? if I'm getting compromised, that's bad enough, right? But having an emergency response plan or not having one, that could be truly detrimental, right? So let's put things in perspective. The reason why we're bringing this up, folks, is because 43% of cyber attacks are directed towards small businesses. And that's happening every 11 seconds, right? Why? Because hackers know small businesses often don't have full-time IT teams or response plan put in place. And these are things for us to really think about, right? Because up to 80% of small businesses don't have formal cybersecurity policies put in place. And that puts you more vulnerable. And again, this is not about what am I not doing, but what am I going to prepare? How am I going to prepare my company, my business? You're putting money into it and you're putting time into it. But we often forget to put that valuable time, which is what's our response plan? So, I know that large global data and analytics in tech companies like Equifax, Experian, they have the funding, right? They have top dollars to secure their data and they still get breached. So what does it say for us? Regardless of what type of antivirus software or cloud storage just isn't enough. So what are you willing to do? You hear some music in that background.
Did you invite someone? What? Did you invite someone, Dr. Who,
No, but can I have one of the moderators please exit?
See you later, ladies. Soon, maybe. Right now, it's my time. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I just want to let you know that exactly what Disruptor Dow is saying is absolutely correct. Cyber attacks aren't just headlines, they're happening to small businesses every day. In fact, 60% of small businesses close within 6 months of a cyber attack. And the average ransomware hit cost over, get this, $200,000. And the truth? Hackers aren't just chasing Fortune 500s anymore. They're coming after you because small businesses hold valuable customer data and banking access too, but often lack strong defense responses. So, just as Paula and Dr. Eve were describing to you all, they have an amazing offer that thinks that it can solve your problems as entrepreneurs. And they have a workshop that they're going to talk to you about a little bit later. And in this 2.5 hour interactive workshop, you'll uncover why 90% of breaches start with the employee, including yourself, just doing one click and hacking into a phishing email. And more importantly, you'll walk away with equipped and 3 battle tested security tactics you can implement into your business immediately. Things like enabling multiple factor authentications, not just in your smartphones and devices and for your personal accounts, but for your business accounts too. You'll get to adopt a pause before you pay verification process to stop wire frauds before it happens. And you'll get to establish a strong password strategy that's so needed to protect your business and your customers without expensive software. So don't wait until you're paying hackers or explaining a data breach to your customers. Register now to safeguard everything you've worked for. And I suppose, I guess I'll hand it back over to you, ladies.
Thank you, Shayna. And thank you, Shayna, for giving everyone a little jolt into reality. Right. So I'm not sure how many of you folks thought we were hacked, but think about for a second that instant and unexpected interruption demonstrates exactly how fast things can happen like that. right? One click on a phishing email, a dismissed staff who still has login access, one unsecured network. I mean, your entire operation can be exposed. And that happens every 11 seconds. Now, this isn't about raising fear, but as Shana mentioned, a few others, right? Up to 60% of small businesses that experience a cyber attack go out of business, within 6 months. And those are real stats. So the lack of resources to recover is often an issue. So let's prepare, right? So here's the question. Where do you sit on the fence if you are a solopreneur, entrepreneur, or even for everyday folks? Are you part of the 80% that are unprepared or the 20% that are ready to protect what you built? So these are things for us to consider when we have our business. And these are questions that we want you to actually ask yourself now, right? So who's your first line of contact if something goes wrong? Do you have a backup and a recovery system that's tested? Do you even know how to isolate your operating systems if you're compromised? Do you know who you will communicate with? I mean, like, who in your team is your first go-to, and how do you contact your customers? Do you know your legal reporting requirements if data is breached? These are all vital questions that we will be discussing during our workshop, but don't wait till our workshop. Start thinking and processing. These are things that are very, very important, because also, one of the biggest gaps, and I keep reading this over and over and over again, that impacts small businesses, solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, are these inner chatter that says, I'm too small to be hacked. Who's going to pick on me? With so many data breaches happening, you're on this roll of a data spreadsheet so high, nobody knows you as an individual. They only know your contacts, and they're going to try to make sure that they get you, right? That's how they make their money, especially during this time of the year. Another thing that becomes that falls under the biggest gaps reported is falling prey to phishing emails. It's still one of the top reasons, one of those top issues that impact everyone today, because with AI, it's harder to detect these phishing emails, right? Because now, folks, you can't you don't find errors the way you typically do, or you've done in the past. Shared passwords across accounts, that's another one. Going into your business accounts on public Wi-Fi instead of having a VPN on. No backups in place. And lastly, and most importantly, there's insufficient policies put in place. And then when we have them, we don't review them with our staff. We don't have dress rehearsals. Hackers don't care about the size of your business. What they care about is an opportunity. Let's not give them an opportunity. This is Cybersecurity Month. This is Awareness Month. We're having all these conversations about how you can build your business through AI, create new businesses. But along with that, cybersecurity has to be essential. Both the preparation and the response. So with that, I know that we are going to be closing up to our next segment soon. But look, our goal today is not to create fear. It's to cause security, right? Because security isn't about growing fear. It's about creating foresight. So this whole conversation is about creating foresight, okay? And as Shana already mentioned, and thank you, Shana, we will be offering our cybersecurity for business owners over the next month. And as a matter of fact, next week, we're closing our Wellness Wednesday episode with our topic on everyday cybersecurity. So please visit our YouTube channel, Disrupted DAO. We go live every Wednesday at 7:30 in the evening, and it's a 30-minute fire chat. So we'll be dropping some more gems on cybersecurity. And I thank you all for being here. So Paula, and thank you for dropping those additional gems on how we can be hired and make that.
Well, no, I just wanted to make a comment on the fact that I forgot what the percentage of targeting small business is, but it is the easiest way to get the data and the funding, because they know small businesses don't have those plans in place. So just keep that in mind. And it is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so there's plenty of literature out there, but also the fact of joining Dr. Eve on Wellness Wednesdays next week. And of course, our workshop, which is on December 6th, I believe. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ladies, thank you so much. And as they both said, it's not about being afraid, it's about being aware. Cybersecurity is where it's at, especially since this is Cybersecurity Month. Next up, we have David Wilson. David is a visionary entrepreneur, media innovator, and cultural technologist whose career bridges journalism, filmmaking, and future focused technology. He is the co founder and CEO of Peer, a next generation talent recruitment platform. That platform conducts voice first AI interviews at scale. It cuts hiring costs by 85% and speeds up the process by 10%. It also features 24/7 candidate screening, bias free evaluation, and instant summaries. David's track record of building digital platforms spans many years, and he and one of his co-founders in a last venture built a number of successful businesses. And now we bring David Wilson to the stage. Hi, David.
Hello, how are you? So thank you so very much. Good morning. I'm David A. Wilson. I'm here to talk about something that affects every single person in this room, and that is how to get hired with AI. And more importantly, how AI is finally fixing the broken hiring system. But you heard a bit about my bio, and I'm the co-founder of Peer. But I also want to share something that most people know me for, and that is having launched the Grio. So I co-founded the Grio in 2009. It's now one of the largest Black digital news platforms in America. I sold it to NBC Universal, had the opportunity to reacquire it, and then sold it again to Byron Allen. I've worked at CBS News. I served as the senior vice president of BET Digital, and co-directed an MSNBC documentary. I'm also very much of a Pan-Africanist. I co-founded a FAR Ventures in Brazil and partnered with Netflix in launching Brazil's most largest diversity pipeline for TV creators. So everything that I've built in my career has been about using technology to elevate underrepresented voices and create opportunities. That mission led me to where I am today, co-founder and CEO of Peer, a next generation talent recruitment platform that's transforming how people get hired. So just giving you a bit of a genesis about how this all came to be. About 6 months ago, my co-founders, Brandon Gianfrezo, who's our CTO, and our CPO, Chief Product Officer, Kai John Blanche, and I launched a sort of a test network. And our mission was simple. It was to use technology to improve people's lives. We wanted to build something that would allow our community to be healthier and stronger. But something happened in that test community that we created. Over half of our users told us the same thing: I can't find a job. And these weren't from kids out of school. These were people who were really highly experienced, who just been out in the job market and just had not had a lot of success with finding a job. And while we were trying to solve the problem of wellness and mental health, one of the things that we realized was that if people can't find a job, mental health doesn't matter. If you can't feed your family, right, it's actually worsened, right? So financial stress is the root cause for the problems that we're trying to solve downstream. So we investigated and we asked, why can't qualified people get jobs? I remember one particular conversation, a woman with 15 years in HR experience who couldn't get past the automated screening system because she didn't have specific keywords in her resume. And so what we found is that small businesses often can't afford recruiters. So thousands of jobs go unposted. The big problem now is that the big businesses, right, use resume screening technology that filters out qualified candidates based on keywords, zip codes, school names, oftentimes, and this has been a problem that we've all talked about for so long. Your name itself can be a red flag for some of these resume screening platforms. And so this is a problem, and obviously it impacts our community more than any other. So 99% of corporations use this technology, even knowing that the technology has a bias, but they use it because they accept it as a necessary evil in order to scale up their screening process. So the truth that we discovered in all of this is that you can't tell someone's a story simply from a resume. Resumes show keywords. Conversations reveal capability. But businesses can't afford to have hundreds of conversations. And so that's what we set out to change. And so I want to present to you our solution. I'm going to share you the screen.
For the candidate experience, what they're really looking
One
to
second.
do.
That's not it. That's not it. 1 second. I'm going to share the screen really quickly. And I'm going to walk through just a little bit of the website. So our website is peer.so for anyone who's interested. All right. And this at the heart of our our technology is Malia. Right here, you see her. She's our AI recruiter. And so I'll let you hear what Malia sounds like a little bit.
Hi, I'm Malia. I save you valuable time that's usually lost on initial interviews with unqualified candidates. I meticulously review every candidate's resume, understand their complete background and exactly what you need, then conduct thorough voice conversations. Think of me as your intelligent talent partner who finds the perfect matches worth meeting.
So that's Malia. She's not a chatbot. She's not reading from a script. She doesn't read from a script. She conducts natural voice conversations with candidates, asking adaptive follow-up questions, digging deeper when needed, and generating detailed assessments so that hiring teams only interview pre-qualified candidates, right? And so there's a lot, a lot of folks get black box, right? There's, when you send in your resume, you don't know why you don't get a response back. What we're doing is we're allowing everyone the opportunity to have an interview, to tell and share their own story in long form. And so before Malia, right, recruiters spent half of their day on phones screening, right? 15 to 14 minutes per candidate, right? But they weren't only able to screen candidates that came in after the resume filtering, right? But even with these human screening, there is oftentimes inconsistent evaluations, right? And oftentimes that's maybe biased by the recruiter. They may not ask everyone the same questions, or they may just view you differently based off of their own sort of predispositions, or right, and their own biases, right? So oftentimes the wrong candidates get through while great ones get overlooked. Resumes don't tell the real story. Anyone can also polish their resume or use AI to pass written assessments. And manual processes create bottlenecks that extend hiring cycles by weeks, with top candidates accepting other offers. So we know that the average screening time for a candidate is 44 days, right, to get to a candidate and to hire a person. When top candidates get out of the get job offers in 7 days. So if you're delaying, you're losing the cream of the crop. And so with Peer, what we're offering is, recruiters with Peer, what happens is that you get, for our recruiters, they get a personalized interview link in minutes, right? So they fill in the job description, what it is that they want, right? And they can share that to anywhere. They can put that in the job boards. They can share that link in the email, on their careers page. And Malia interviews every candidate, 24/7 with natural voice conversations. Then, the recruiter can then review a ranked shortlist with full transcripts and detailed assessments, right? And so what that means for companies is that they save 15 plus hours a week per recruiter. and only interview candidates who've been thoroughly screened. So just to give you a understanding of what Malia is actually evaluating for, right? Malia evaluates, she assesses communication skills through natural conversations. She evaluates behavioral fit and cultural alignment. She tests for problem-solving abilities through scenario-based questions, and she verifies authenticity and with anti-cheating. And we know a lot of folks are now using AI to beef up their resumes, but they're also using AI in some of these other screening processes where you're just getting asked questions, where they're just putting in those questions, they're generating those answers on Chat GPT and then answering. And so what Malia does in real time is she actually evaluates whether or not someone is actually using AI in their responses. And so, the results speak for themselves, right? 60% plus reduction in screening time, 15 plus hours saved per week per recruiter, right? And then 24 plus manual phone screenings eliminated per role. So let me show you a bit of what this looks like in action. So what you're about to see right now is a recording that we shared, or that we actually, this is a recording of our stakeholder meeting that we had 2 weeks ago, where we walked our investors through a live demonstration of the platform, right? So what you're going to hear and what you're going to see is our CTO, Brandon John Frezzo. He's narrating the complete candidate experience, right? From the moment someone clicks the link that a recruiter puts out to when a hiring manager reviews their results. So Brandon will walk you through how Malia conducts an actual interview, how she adapts to candidates' response, how the platform generates instant feedback for both the candidate and the employer, right? And yes, you'll be here also Brandon being interviewed by Malia as part of the demo. So this isn't necessarily a polished marketing video. This is a real product in action, exactly what we showed our investors. And so now you can play the actual job demo.
People to get hired, of course, right? And so they're looking for that moment to be able to tell their story, to be able to have that conversation. And so what we want to do is make it as simple as possible for them to actually be able to do that. So once they've gotten that link, they're usually going to hop straight in. And then
Hi, Brandon. I'm Malia, an AI interviewer from the peer team. Thanks for taking the time to chat with me today about the software engineer for AI HR applications position. I'm really looking forward to learning more about your experience and background. Ready to get started?
Yeah, hi, Malia. I am definitely ready to get started. I am a little bit nervous here, but hopefully I'll be able to answer your questions.
Totally understand, Brandon. It's completely natural to feel a little nervous, but please don't worry. This is just a friendly conversation for us to get to know each other better. Take your time, and there are no wrong answers. So, to pick up where we left off, I was curious about what specifically caught your eye regarding this software engineer for AI HR applications role at Peer. What about it excites you?
Yeah, my hope is that all of our investors who have been following along with us see how powerful this tech is.
I see, Brandon, that you're very passionate about the power of this technology, and that's fantastic. It definitely aligns with our mission here at Peer. What I'm trying to understand is what specifically about this software engineer for HR applications role and our focus on using AI to fill HR roles instantaneously resonates with your own skills and career goals? What makes you feel like you'd be a great fit to help youth launch these powerful AI applications?
Right. And so what you see there is basically a conversation with her where she is able to jump in. Her personality is definitely geared towards really trying to get people to actually speak to their experiences. So If somebody isn't really giving a great answer, now this may be one of two reasons. Maybe they are just particularly nervous. She's really going to help them and is essentially encoded by our team here to really follow on consistently. Even if they think that they don't have the exact title, she's able to kind of follow on, ask them if they have any other similar experiences. If they have any similar experiences, we go there. And if they don't have similar experiences, we'll ask things about how they actually learn. And so we're really informed by just what is essentially the top standards in resume analysis, as well as job analysis in terms of behavioral assessments of people. Now, at the end of the day, what we want to be able to do is create the analysis for the hiring manager to get a score, but not just a score, right? A lot of modern ATS systems that we're all kind of submitting our jobs to right now, you're getting rejected outright. You're never finding out exactly why you didn't get that job. And so you'll often hear people say, hey, I feel like my resume is just going into a black box and I don't know if I'm ever going to hear anything back. And the likelihood is that you won't, because human beings at those companies don't have the time or the money to be able to give you that feedback. But what we want to be able to do is immediately render that feedback both to the candidate as well as to the hiring manager. And so this interview that you had with us, those skills, we learn about you. And even if you have to apply to another job, we can start your interview pretty much in the middle, which is a little bit of what you heard Malia doing there. So we only ask you for the difference between the last time that we spoke to you and currently. And then immediately what we're able to see is a transcript of the conversation. You're able to download that. You're able to send yourself a summary and then also share feedback with the employer themselves. So on the other side of this, when we are looking, boom, you can see here, the dashboard, and then you can immediately see who has gone through your hiring funnel. You can see that that candidate interview has been completed, how many have been completed, how many are in progress, how many are pending, and then ultimately the scores and insights. And this technology is only going to get better. But what I really, really want to underline here is that since we got our mandate from these VCs to build technology that is going to serve people, that is ready to scale, that is ready to use, and that people want to buy, that has only been a very, very short time. And we have accelerated with everything that we have to be able to meet that challenge. And that's exactly what you see here.
All right. So thank you. So let me bring this to a full circle, and one of the reasons why we're really excited. So, if you're out looking for a job right now, here's what this means for you. And this is AI being used to your advantage. First, if you're out there and you want to figure out how to make sure that this gets out there to more people. First, demand companies that use voice-based screening like Peer. Demand that more of these hiring managers use voice-based screening like Peer. Sorry, I have like construction or something going on, and so it's kind of a bit of a distraction on my side. All right. So insist that more of the recruiters, when you're out for a job interview, insist that they use this, right? Put this out there. If you have some friends who are out there who are hiring, let them know about us. We want this to be out there and allow more people to have access to this tool. Second, I know we've been talking about the future of work. The future of work isn't about AI replacing humans. It's about AI removing barriers as well that have kept humans from reaching their full potential, right? There's a lot of human error that's in the processing, the hiring process. And so AI can be used to overcome that. So for too long, hiring has been broken. It's excluded qualified people based on zip codes and school names. It's wasted everyone's time with endless screening calls. It's perpetuated biases at scale, while companies shrug that off as that's just how it works. And so we're fixing that. For job seekers, you finally get a fair shot to demonstrate your capabilities instead of being filtered out before anyone hears your voice. For employers, you can finally afford to interview everyone without burning out your team. You'll actually find the best talent, not just the best resume writers. For our community, this technology democratizes access to opportunities. Small businesses that couldn't afford recruiters can now compete for talent. Underrepresented candidates who've been systematically screened out finally get to be heard. So we're currently taking on early pilot customers right now, businesses with active hiring needs who want to be a part of building the future of fair and efficient hiring. If that's you, all you have to do is visit the site that I showed, pier.so, pier.so, and learn more and book time with our team to start a conversation. Thank you so much.
First of all, let me just say thank you again for that amazing presentation. And please excuse me for getting to introduce you as the founder of the Griot, because that is major, especially in our community.
Well, thanks.
How many, let me, okay, go into the comments. Can you provide the link to the tool? We asked
Yes.
our, okay. All right, just looking and seeing what we have. A lot of people love the platform.
Mm-hmm.
I was at a summit last week, and part of it was how to present yourself in this new economy. And so I'm thinking about your tool, and then thinking about people who are interviewing now and want to be at the top of the game or the top of the chain in terms of getting their resumes to the very top and being seen. The whole idea of being interviewed by an AI person, they can match very well. And so, yeah, that's it's going to be amazing. Well, at this point, this is the future. So, and it's happening right now. So people are liking your points, excellent platforms. Just looking through to see if we have any questions.
Okay. Yeah. And there's to your point, you talked about the people trying to game the system, right? Because the system is broken, right? If you're being judged by a keyword, right? And this was a New York Times story, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. With us, you don't have to try to game the system that way, right? You get the opportunity to speak. You get the opportunity to speak for yourself. And so I think that that's really important. And so it's one of the things that excites us is that opportunity, that it's not just a more efficient process, it's also a more fair process at the same time.
Okay. Fairness is what we need. Okay. So from Jim, so true about how people are using AI to prepare for interviews in very inauthentic ways. So obvious that people have scripted responses to traditional interview questions. So your chatbot helps people to screen those out.
Yes. So what ends up happening is, it's funny because I was just using Malia last night, and we dog food Malia, meaning that we internally use her a lot. And so yesterday, I was going through a mock interview with her about a job that I had as managing editor of the Griot. And because I was having difficulty in understanding or remembering, I should say, certain details about the role, I actually really conducted a really horrible interview, right? It's a job that I did 15 years ago, but I was having difficulty recalling. And because of that moments, the hesitations, how I got things wrong, like the evaluation of everything was really solid, where it created doubt about whether or not I had actually, in the assessment, about whether or not I had actually conducted that role or had that experience. And it was actually true, because it was really detailed about, how, the pauses, how I would divert from certain questions, or how I wouldn't answer a question directly. So it's really detailed. It doesn't necessarily, I wouldn't say screen people out. It just gives an evaluation, and it allows for the recruiter to see that evaluation and that judgment, right? The recruiter still has the ultimate judgment, right? We're not dismissing anyone from the process. What we're doing is we're providing a ranking and an assessment of that interview. So yes, we do also have anti-cheating technology in there as well. So if someone is using Chat GPT, talking conversation, then it knows that, and it can identify that, and it flags that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from our audience? I do have a note here. Let's see. AI is not about replacing humans. AI helps remove barriers. Well said, David A. Wilson. We are enjoying your platform. And so, David, thank you for being with us. We look forward to people engaging with your AI.
Yeah, I think there's a few more questions here, and if
Yes. If I use AI to generate my resume and Malia provides an assessment on my responses, will my resume be ranked on a high or low end?
so again, Malia does take into, your resume is a part of the process, but what we really gauge is the interview. How you can speak to the experience that you say that you have, right? And so if you're using AI on your resume and you were a CFO in on your job, right? It's going to ask you, it's going to ask you real questions and detailed questions about being a CFO. And so it doesn't pay to use AI to sort of beef yourself up for a role, because you will get asked some very detailed and very specific questions on being a CEO, a CFO, right? And so you can use AI to help beef up your resume, but make sure that it's honest to the actual experiences that you have. Otherwise, you can expect to have some real serious questions that are going to test your knowledge on that job that you're looking for. I think there's another question about ChatGPT.
There is. If you
Mhm.
use ChatGPT, can Malia help remove it? It's hard to go back once you've used it.
I don't understand. Help use it in what
So,
regard?
Claudia, what's the it? You can type that in the chat.
Mhm.
And while she does that, from BK Crypto, we have, are y'all applying this tool to any other areas?
Right now, we're looking at the hiring process, right? We are going to market in November. We already have certain companies that are piloting the product. Our goal right now is in the hiring process, making this easier. So now there are other utilities for Malia that we are considering down the road, but this is our go to market.
Okay, okay. Many youth and young adults are expressing concerns on how to best prepare for AI interviewing. Do you have any tips on how we can reply to our students?
Well, yeah. I mean, I would, so I can only talk about Malia. I would say just prepare as if you were preparing to walk in with, you know, um, a recruiter from the organization, a human being, right? And just, um, treat it seriously. Don't treat it as just you're talking to a bot or a computer, right? Come with your A game. And these are the same types of rules that anyone would say that I was told when I went out for a job interview with a recruiter. And I think you treat it the same. And I think it's, Malia isn't looking for superhumans, right? She's just looking for people who are qualified. Um, Based off of the experiences that they have had and their ability to talk about their experiences and to talk about their vision for the job that they're applying to.
Okay. So I want to go back to Claudia's original question. If you use ChatGPT, can Malia help remove the language?
And if you're using ChatGPT in your resume,
Yes.
right?
I'm going to assume that's a
So,
yes.
so here's the deal. It's okay to use ChatGPT for your resumes. With Malia, what matters most is that what you're saying your capabilities are, you're capable of doing, right? And that you can prove that you were a CFO at a Fortune 500 company. If you were never a CFO at a Fortune 500 company, don't put that down there, because you will be tested, right? And you will be tested with very detailed and pointed questions, not something that you can kind of fake. And so that's the only thing. It's okay to use ChatGPT if you want to make sure you're presenting yourself in the best manner. But don't use ChatGPT to beef up or create artificial information about yourself or your experiences.
Thank you. I see that Claudie did put an update to her question, but then she says she got it.
Mm-hmm.
And another question, are we discouraging folks from using ChatGPT when creating a resume?
No, not discouraging people from using ChatGPT from using a resume. What I'm discouraging folks from is, particularly with our platform, inflating their experiences with ChatGPT, right? Then that's all it is. Because again, Malia is designed to make sure that a person is able to speak to their experiences and actually able to speak to the requirements that of the job that they're applying for.
Okay. Deborah says, manifesting your success, David.
Thank you, Deborah.
And we see that people are really loving Malia. So we thank you for being with us, for presenting. And we do hope that this AI, Malia, takes off.
Thank you. And again, PIER.SO. If you want to learn more, particularly if you are a business looking to hire and you have these challenges in hiring in your hiring pipelines, please do check us out, peer.so, and you could book some time to speak with our Chief Product Officer.
Okay. We look forward to hearing from you in the future. All right. Coming up next is Alicia Bell. We thank you for hanging with us, people. We noticed that in our audience are some CCNY members, and we thank you for being here with us. We have some students, and I believe we also have, let's see if I can, one of the directors from the career service at CCNY. We do say thank you. All right. Coming now, as I said, is Alicia Bell, AI and human collaboration in the workplace. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about Alicia. She's the founder of Black's VC, an angel syndicate of moms funding Black and Brown founders. She's the host of Sisters with Ventures podcast that aims to tell the stories of women in venture capital. As the prior deal flow lead for Pipeline Angels, a group of investors focused on building $7 million portfolios. She also serves as board chair for Black Girl Ventures. In addition to Alicia's 20-year career, she's focused on building and investing in products that serve community needs to bridge the capital divide. Alicia is currently at PayPal Ventures, leading the Economic Opportunity Fund, a $100 million investment into diverse emerging fund managers. Prior to that, she was at PayPal Ventures. I did say PayPal Ventures. Prior roles include Wells Fargo, Kohl's, FeedZai in various payment-related roles where she built the earliest digital finance products like online banking, bill pay, and digital wallets. She also holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration Information Systems from USC, as well as MBAs from UC Berkeley and Columbia Business Schools. Welcome, Alicia.
Hello, thank you. It's showtime. How's everybody doing? Can everybody see my screen? I think I need to start presenting so everyone can see. There we go. Let me make this slideshow ready. And let's see if this is going to work for me. All right. Okay, good morning. Hello, everybody. Can you see me? Can you hear me? I'm live. It is 9 a.m. Pacific time. So you're the first people I am talking to. All right. Good, 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 good. So I'm going to be talking to you today about your digital brand, your digital footprint. And I like to do this with some loving encouragement because this can be a difficult topic for many of us. So here's my opening quote. Great Dr. Betty Shabazz. I wish you the power that equals your intelligence and your strength. And I wish you success that equals your determination. And I wish you faith because we need all of that to build our personal brand. LA in the house. I love chat. So we're going to be very interactive, very keep the party going on this live here. A little bit about myself. I am from South Central Los Angeles, daughter of a first-gen college student, I'm first-gen college student, daughter of an entrepreneur. I'm an angel investor. I'm capital allocator. My most important title is Mother of Zora. That's her feature there. She's 9 years old. As Awadi mentioned, my background's in fintech and fintech payments and tech. And I have been in the San Francisco Bay Area to build out my technical career. So I've been here about 20 years in Oakland, California. Bay Area, stand up. If you're on this call, let me know. And yes, NYC, I know there's a lot of East Coast folks. I did my time at Columbia before New York chewed me up and spit me out, but I still love East Coast. I'm also an angel investor. So working in tech for about, a long time, I realized that I was the only one building digital products or in engineering or like not seeing anyone who looked like us get funded. So I started writing my own checks. That's what angel investing is. And, for us to be great, we got to write checks, but that's another TED Talk that I won't talk about during this conversation. But I truly believe that if we are the future, we have to build and create it for ourselves. And I know that's what Disruptor DAO is truly believes in as well. So I thank you all for being part of this. I'm an allocator. I lead economic opportunity at PayPal Ventures, really designed to disrupt and unlock opportunity. I do a lot of giving back. I'm here partially because of Ashley and our relationship through Black Ambition, but I really want us to be great. So I spend a lot of time making sure you guys know about the work I do. I love to know who you are. Please throw your name, your cities, and your 2025 word in the chat so I can see where we're from. Now, I know LA people are loud, okay? And I see them in the chat, but I know we got people from everywhere all over on this thread. So please let me know where you're coming from. I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to look at that throughout the chat. Now, this is about your brand. So I am putting everybody on blast and put your LinkedIn URL. Let's make a new friend here. Let's follow each other. Let's like, let's subscribe. Let's follow their newsletters. Let's be in their fan club. That's how we activate now to see where everybody is. Cleveland, Ohio, stand up. All right, Caribbean, I see you. All right, yes, yes, yes. So what I want to talk to you today is we're going to get to the brand part, but a lot of people, you got to think about like, what is your origin story? Because it defines so much of who we are, what we're about, why we do the things that we do. So I hope you have a little notepad, whether it's digitally or you're writing down some notes here, because I think by the end of this course, I want you to have a little framework that you can use and take forward. Everybody follow me at Bradford. Okay. Everybody put those LinkedIn URLs. Thank you. So I'll tell you my origin story, but I want you to just take some notes and think about what your origin story is. Okay, so this is my paternal grandfather. Do you know what that is in that picture? He's on a farm in Oklahoma. That's cotton, folks. That's cotton. This is around 1940s. So at this time, if you are a Black person owning a farm and having land and growing cotton, that means you are pretty successful in life. This is a good sign of opportunity. And, my grandfather having the ability to do that is a very important part of my land ownership stake, and why I believe that us having land is pretty important. Next, this is my mom's father, who was from Louisiana and moved to California to start a new life there. And he was a cook at the Beverly Hills Hotel, where he was murdered at the Beverly Hills Hotel when he was 32 years old, left 5 kids behind. And so my grandmother raised the kids in the Watts Projects in Los Angeles in what I would call extreme poverty. And so these are the stories of 2 different tales that also shape who I am today. Fast forward in the 80s, I am actually named after this station. It's called Bell Shell. My name is Michelle Bell. My parents were not very creative, but this was our thriving family business where we own several gas stations in the Los Angeles area. And if you can Google now, you'll see there's very few Black-owned dealers in this country. So this was a very prolific time to have this ownership. And what happened in 1990s? I know all my LA folks know. We had the LA riots, and the LA riots, we lost everything. We lost the business, we lost everything. So this was pretty core to shaping who I would become. I didn't know it at the time, but this was pretty important to understanding who I am. And I think to talk about yourself online, you got to understand who you are. And, I was like, why do I care so much about racial equity? Why do I care so much about the wealth gap? Why do I care? And it's because of all these things. So I want you to honor your story. And as we go through this exercise, okay, I want you to start thinking about why your story is important and why people need to know, because that's the second part. Okay. So a little word from Frida: rebellion against everything that chained you, release. Okay. Because we're going to get into it. So I use LinkedIn as kind of my sample platform. It is my favoriteest platform. But for a lot of this, you can swap in and out your favorite platform of choice. But I call this the money platform. And that's why I stay with here a lot. Everybody knows LinkedIn. I don't work for LinkedIn, but just know that LinkedIn is a pretty popular site. Okay, everybody's on LinkedIn now. If you are going to be a thought leader, this is where it happens. Okay, you have to talk. If you have entrepreneurs, you being a human is more important than your company page, your company brand, and you really have to speak. A lot of us get our business news from LinkedIn. Like, this is our primary source of news. And so being engaged with the platform is pretty important. Now, I'm here to address this challenge. Okay, only 1% of people post actively on LinkedIn, like on a very regular basis, think daily. So there is a huge white space. Now, are you in that 99%? Are you the non-posters? That's what we're here to address. Why, for those of you who are not active posters anywhere, why not? Can you put in the comments some of the things that hold you back, that have prevented you? We have the never posters. There's always a never poster, as I understand. What is holding you back? Fear judgment. That's a big deal. Okay, that's valid. That's valid. What else you got? I love to hear it, because these are things that we have to release. Socials are overwhelming. Okay, I hear you. I understand. Oversaturation. Now, listen, LinkedIn has the least amount of saturation than the other platform. So I think LinkedIn, you can come in and claim your space versus the Instagram or TikToks. Well, I consider it's really saturated. But these are really important. You know, I'm challenging your mindset. Yes, I want you to just think a little bit differently about how you can be seen. And I'm hoping to persuade you in my time. You do have a lot to say. Okay. Mia, I know you got a lot to say. Okay. So I'm not even taking into that. Okay. Why do you need your digital brand? One, the most important thing is you need to control your own narrative or someone else will. Please don't let anyone take your words, tell you who you are when you can do it for yourself. So I've had the very unfortunate pleasure to be in press. And the good thing about being in press is that they can Google me, they can see my website, they can see my brand, and they cannot lie about me easily because I put out my story in my own words. And so I think that's very important for you to be able to control your own narrative and tell people who you are in a way that you are proud of, that resonates with you and your story. Okay. Unlock opportunity. There's deals, there's money to be made. And if people don't know you, how they going to find you? Okay. Build trust at scale, right? You know, I don't have time for 50,000 one-on-ones. Okay. You know, so it's easier for me to communicate at scale than to have one-on-ones, right? And you can differentiate yourself. And future-proof your influence, right? Like I am Leisha Bell no matter where I am, whether it's LinkedIn, in real life, speaking on a stage, I am me. And, you know, that is who I get to be because I've crafted my own narrative. And so I think that is really, really important. So your profile is really important. So for those of you who are, this is like before we even get to posting, do you tell people who you are? Do you have a great headline, a tagline? Do you have a great banner page? Okay. This is where people Google you first, in a lot of ways, professionally at least, right? Who are you about? Is your about section filled with interesting things? Have you updated your work history? Do you talk about your volunteer? Do you add your website? Do you signal to people what you want? Do you want to be on a board? Do you want a new job? What do you want? Tell the people what you want. Okay. I firmly believe if you are seeking something, you have to open your mouth and tell someone what you are seeking. Okay. Otherwise, we don't know. And we might be able to help you. Strangers help strangers all the time. I see it all the time on LinkedIn. Your featured section is really important. Tell people how great you are. This is your point, your section to brag about yourself. And yes, you are brag worthy. Okay. You have done something great and I know it. And I just want you to tell the people what you have done. Oh, I see some good questions about social media experts. We're going to talk about that. But I want you to know you are your best expert. No one else can write for you. I know there's a lot of chat GPT conversations going on here, but only you can write your story, and you do have to write. You can get help with writing. Okay. And that's why I put up this quote here, because you're letting the 1% of people control the narrative of the 99% people. Okay. And if we don't see other stories, we assume that that is a dominant narrative. Okay. And that's what a sister here is telling us. So you have to tell those stories to disrupt the bias, disrupt the stereotypes, disrupt the things they say about us. Otherwise, they presume it to be true because they are louder, simply. Okay. So again, this is more of a motivational pep talk, but I do think you have to tell your stories. And I think it's easy on LinkedIn. It's not that hard on LinkedIn. It's not the TikTok. You don't need to be a digital video film producer, editor. You can just write. you can just start with a compelling statement. I love Catherine here. She says, when a woman dreams, the future unfolds. Boom. You got me right there, Catherine. Tell me more. Tell me why. So I think you can have something as simple as this, and it's just your words, and it is extremely powerful. Okay, extremely powerful. So I want you to think about that. Or you could just have an image. This is one of my favorite images. I have a podcast, and this is the message I want to promote every day. Trust women of color. Like if that was a tagline that I could put on a t-shirt every day, I would do that. So I want you to think about, what are you putting out there? How do you want to show up? And push your own narrative. That's what influence is about, pushing your own narrative and something that you personally believe in. So how do you do that? You have to have a profile. You can't be hiding. You got to be visible, be seen. You have to be consistent. Okay. You do have to be in regular communication. You do have to comment on people's posts. You do have to participate in the ecosystem. You know, you have to show up in a way that's meaningful. Okay. So, you know, you can start with baby steps. Copy that is really good, is really consistent, it's clear, it's relevant, it's snackable, it's actionable. Let me give you some pro tips. You know, here's a provoking thought that I want to share with you today. Here's what's going on in current news. The government is shut down, and here's how it's impacting me and my family. Those things are going to perform really, really well. Okay. You don't have to write essays. You don't have to write a book report. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Okay. It just needs to be a little something that will compel people to read and learn about what you are doing. Okay. And put your questions in the chat. I'm going to go through them as we go. Part of your content strategy is that you don't have to start fresh every time. You can take one thing you did and recycle, reuse it, repurpose, talk about it in different ways. Take that clip, reuse, recycle, right? Because it's too much work to try to produce new content all the time. And this is how you make content live longer. Okay. So this is how you extend yourself, right? If you follow me on LinkedIn, you would think I'm on LinkedIn all the time, blowing up your feed, but that's not true. I schedule content in advance. You know, I have all kinds of tips to make me look as if I am out in the streets every day, but I am not. I am at home doing regular things, right? But I carve out a strategy to really make this a little bit easier. Now, some of you are in this looking like this young lady right here. Okay, Lisa, you gave me some tips. Where am I going to start? What am I going to do now? You can use chat. You know, you can ask chat to say, hey, tell me how you would describe my brand tone of voice. And, you know, if you've been in regular conversation with chat, it'll tell you pretty good who they think you are, right? And this is a place where you can start, oh, people think I'm confident, I'm empowering and inspirational. Oh, okay. I'm visionary, I'm impact focused. Okay. This is what I want to tune my niche to be, or my content voice to be about. Okay. So you can use these tools. They can help you craft out who you are. So where to start? What is your things? I tend to talk about oppression a lot, and microaggressions and black tax, but you could have something way more powerful and uplifting. But whatever your topic is, say these are things that I talk about, right? Whether it's tech, crypto, AI, cooking, whatever your topic is, right? Just say, these are things I love to talk about, and I obsess about this topic more than anyone else. And I feel like I can carve out some space to be that person who's an expert in this topic. Okay. So think about what your key topics are. And then you have to post. As the prophet Kendrick Lamar said, you can't fake influence. You really do have to just be it and live it and be yourself. And I think that's really what works the best. You don't have to be anybody else. Okay. You can just be who you are and be embraced for that. Whatever it is, whatever quirkiness, whoever you are, just be that person. I think that will be kind of the easiest way to go. And you need a plan. And I'm going to tell you about my going viral moment, and then I'm going to open it up for questions. So let me tell you what happened. It was November of last year, and I saw this great post on Instagram that was like, Barack Obama's like, people ain't all that, and it kind of talks like imposter syndrome, and you think everybody's better than you. And I scheduled this post I saw this post, it was like around Halloween. And I was like, this is a good Friday post because I schedule my inspirational content on Fridays. So I scheduled it for that next Friday. And do you know what happened? We had a whole election happen. And in that time, Kamala lost, Trump won. We know what happened. And I woke up Friday morning and my phone was on fire. 2.5 million impressions on this post. I did not plan that. I didn't even think about the election happening. Like literally, it was the last thing on my mind. And this post still performs. That's the thing about LinkedIn. It just doesn't stop performing. It's been over a year at this point. It's about to be a year. And I still get hits on this post, right? And partially because it was fueled by people who were very emotional about the election. It was also fueled by racism, also fueled by a lot of trolls on this post. All that happened. But at least I was clear about who I was in my profile. And I was clear if people wanted to find out who I was, they was going to find out who I was, right? And so I'm just saying be ready because you never know when you're going to go viral. Okay, I'm going to start taking questions in the chat and get through some of these things. Claudia says, I heard that if you are in transition, it's best to keep your topic geared towards the roles you're hoping to land, or not really. I think I think you can be aspirational. If you are trying to seek an opportunity in profession that you aren't in, you should start talking about that profession. You should start talking about things and showing that you can be a subject matter in that profession. And I think LinkedIn is aspirational, is where you want to go in the future. So I think that's totally fine because people are going to be seeing, well, you've never done this before. Why should I trust you? Right. And so you have to build trust. Part of communicating is building trust. And I think that's totally a fine value proposition to do. Okay, I saw another question up here. Thoughts on hiring social media experts over doing it yourself? Okay, this is something I've debated over the years, right? I think you have to start and try doing it yourself so that you can experience the pain of doing it yourself and develop your voice, develop your strategy. Because if you bring someone in and you haven't figured out who you are and how they can help you, they will just waste your time and your money, okay? But once you have that rhythm and you're like, okay, I need somebody to do my graphics, or I need somebody to schedule these posts, or I need somebody to help me write. I think those can be worthwhile tools. And I think you should, create a small budget and see how it goes. And if it's getting you the ROI that you want, are you getting more likes, more comments? Is it helping to build your business? I think it can be totally helpful, but you have to know who you are, what you want. Otherwise, you will waste money. I have wasted a lot of money, let me tell you, okay, because I hadn't done that homework yet. But I think it can be helpful for you. Okay, what other questions do we have in the chat? I'm going to keep going. I think I have a few minutes left. Yeah, sometimes it's worth it. Like, and this was an accident post. I didn't, sometimes you got accident. Sometimes you have to, be intentional. Do something daily. The algorithm works. If you have 5 minutes, like, comment. You can always like a post, accept a new friend request. 15 minutes, you can share an article. 30 minutes, you can actually write. You can do a LinkedIn live, like whatever your level is, start there and start building your engagement. Okay. Another powerful quote: we know our own value and our strength, and no one can take that away from us. Okay. So keep that. And you got to talk to your network. I love this comment. It says Beyonce only talks to us when she wants us to buy something. You have to be in regular community with folks. Okay. You do have to talk to people, engage with them. Okay. I like to show this network between Riri and Beyonce because Riri is really super powerful in this industry and super wealthy. And she's built her empire and she's extremely personable. The things that she does really well, right? It's because we are all in her business and she allows us to be in her life, right? And so we feel more attached and more engaged. And so I love them both, of course, but I think Riri wins on like engagement, building out your network. You do have to talk to people. You have to get in the DMs. You have to meet people in real life. You have to offer and connect. It's not just for job seekers. It's for influencers. It's for business builders. It's for all kind of people. And so your network is your net worth. If you don't know where to start, you can go to LinkedIn and export your contacts right now. You got friends already. Put them in your newsletter. LinkedIn will give you your contacts. Unlike other platforms, Instagram will not do this. TikTok will not do this. LinkedIn will do this. Please do that and take that. And I know Timekeeper, keep me honest. I think I'm short on time, but I do like to tell you to all these platforms we don't own. Okay. So you're building on borrowed land. So I tell people, have a website, have a way when these things crash that you can reclaim what's yours. Okay. That's my 40 acres and a mule, because sometimes we don't get what's ours. And so if you don't build your own, you can't claim it. You can't put ownership. I do a LinkedIn class. I did a live one. I just finished it. I'm going to put it online soon so that you guys can sign up and take it. I'm going to put I'll put this here so you can scan, go to my website, get on my newsletter. It's a very fun newsletter. And I'll talk about how to launch, how to join me when I put the digital version online, and see me there. So Zawadi's back. So I think that's my cue.
That is your cue. Leisha, thank you so much. There were favorite frames for me. If people don't know you, how are they going to find you? Audience, if nothing else, Leisha gave us a wake-up call to presence ourselves, whether you're an influencer or not. There are things that you have to say, and there are people that you want to talk to, and there are people that want to talk to you. In the present form or in real life, people help each other. But as we're seeing on digital platforms, people still want to help you when they find you, when you say something impactful or you claim that there's a need. Somebody will come to your aid. So, things haven't changed that much. You talked about bragging. We don't do enough of that. And sometimes in our community, we've been encouraged to do anything other than brag. But I'm going to tie that back to you talking about knowing who you are and people knowing who you are, or who we are, let me say. So there was one more thing that I'd like to say. When you put in Chimamanda's quote about the single story, it's a really impactful quote. And I have seen people from other communities mention that quote at least for the last 5 years. So I do see a comment here. Will you speak on the percentage of sharing personal versus sharing business posts on social media when you have a business?
Yeah, I think that people are attached to human stories. Okay. So it's not that, this is what I did every 5 minutes of my life, but it's like I've had this human experience that makes me a human. I think you can talk about that. I am not just a fintech venture capitalist. I am a human being. I'm a single mother. I talk about the struggles of being a single mother and raising my daughter in the world I want to see. I think it's okay to be a human on LinkedIn and be personable and share your triumphs and share your failures. Those stories perform well every time.
Okay. If anybody remembers the website or the Facebook page, Humans of New York, you'll know that it was just filled with human stories. And last weekend at Grand Central, there was a huge exhibit of people's stories and the photographers that captured those stories, and it was powerful. So we continue to do those things online. Let me just check to see if we have any other questions or comments. And not seeing any, I will just say that your mention of the wealth gap is really important. And here at Disruptor Dow and Journey to Wealth, we talk a lot about building our net worth and being in action toward building that net worth. So we say thank you for appearing with us. And this is not the last time that you'll be visiting us. Next audience is a lunch break. We didn't want you to think that we weren't thinking about you. So we'll be gone for about 15 minutes, and returning is Stefan Youngblood with his walk through hands-on AI tools, ChatGPT, Copilot, and Canva. So we'll see you shortly.
right up, future's here. No more sidelines, make it clear. Change your mind, change the frame, rewrite the rules, win the game. The work we knew is shifting fast. Yesterday's skills, they just won't last. But change is good, it sets the stage. A brand new chapter, turn the page. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and bright. In this summit, claim your light. Rules of engagement, we rewrite. The future of work is in your sight. Pull up a chair, bring your flair. You're at the table, no need to beware. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. You're not just playing, you're making the play. Crafting tomorrow, paving the way. Skills like gold, sharp and bright. In this summit, claim your light. Rules of engagement, we rewrite. The future of work is in your sight. Pull up a chair, bring your flair. You're at the table, no need to beware. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show. Change the mind, change the game. The world won't ever stay the same. Change is good, it's how we grow. At the table now, it's your show.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you have enjoyed that quick break and our speakers. We encourage you, if you are not a member of our platform, to please join at Disruptor Dow on YouTube. Tell your friends. As a matter of fact, while you're here, take a moment to invite some people because we are doing big things. So, our next speaker is Stefan Youngblood. Stefan is a global entrepreneur, a forward thinking social impact builder, and founder of diverse ecosystems. His work includes founding Black AI think tank, HireBlack.com, ChatGPT for Beginners, and Black Metaverse. With a team of AI leaders, he launched the first National Black AI Literacy Week. With Stefan's storied 40-year history in global connection, he stands as an authority infusing technology, diversity, and social justice. As a compassionate bridge builder, he is ardently working to close the job and wealth gap through AI and technology. Earning recognition as an influential thinker in AI, Stefan's expertise breaks conventional confines. His profound insights into unbiased ethical AI sparked rich discussions with major AI leaders about the future of AI in work and in society. His leadership spans from Myanmar and Tunisia to Ukraine, Haiti, and Nepal. His passion for digital ownership and AI literacy is emphasized in his ongoing AI consulting business, National Black AI Literacy events, and training through his Zoom into AI for the Black community. Stefan is also a proud father of three. And Stefan, we welcome you here to our stage today.
Thank you so much. Am I on stage? It's still showing my, there we go. All right. What's up, everybody? Oh man, look at my head. I gotta stay right back here. What's everybody? It's great to have you here. And I do a lot of this
anything I do with AI, I always want to do it as an experience. So just know if you have your phone or your computer with you, I'm just going to go into Chat GPT and I'm going to hit it to open, and I'm going to have a conversation. So, hey, Chat GPT, you all ready? Oh, wait, I know that thing we had to turn on, and you said it was that right down the bottom, and it was the sound thing in the presentation. Got it. All right, can y'all see my screen now? Not, I'm talking about everybody else. Can everybody else see my screen?
We can see your screen.
You can see it. Yes. Okay, you got it. All right, let's do this. So this is ChatGPT talking. All right, GPT, are you ready? All right, so we can today we can start off with any of these vibe apps and making something that's maybe going to give us some tools that will help us in when we're looking for jobs, if we've been let go of that type thing. Would you rather use Lovable or Bolt or Replit?
We're getting more lovables than anything else.
Well, they love Lovable, so we're going to do Lovable. Let me just hit that right up here. By the way, we're excited to be starting at the beginning of a partnership with them that I'm very excited about. This is Lovable right in front of you. So y'all listen to this really quick. Even if you don't know how to prompt, I think we need to just stop it for a second, because I don't know all this engineering stuff. I come from a music teaching background, and then I was a missionary in a bunch of Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And I got into tech because I saw what it could possibly do. And AI specifically because it was a game changer. So you should be able to see that one right there. Still seeing my screen?
We are still seeing your screen.
Okay, it was late. Okay. So we can speak any type of prompt into Chat GPT and have something like that actually read it out to you. So I'm just going to tell you, I said, this is an hour ago. Hey, and this is DeepSeek I'm using first. Give me 3 prompts to demonstrate vibe coding at where, and I was mumble jumble talk here, at where I talk to you and you give me the prompt to say something like, Lovable, and let's make the 3 areas of creating content, investing in digital real estate, and AI ethics research. Just listen to me. That enabled intuitive AI, call it assisted AI or augmented, because it kind of understood where I was going to go. So it stops and thinks for a second and says, the user wants 3 structured prompts for vibe coding across 3. See, I wouldn't talk like this. Content creation, investing in digital real estate, and AI ethics. They mentioned using placeholders like Lovable. So the key is to design. So I just want you to see that right in front of me. It took some people call it a lazy quote, a lazy prompt, and it immediately just transformed it into exactly what I wanted. Now watch this part. So this is the deep seeking part. For investing, venture capitalists, it's saying, yeah, this is what we should do right here. So now it's a message back to me. Of course, this is a fantastic way to structure a creative session. That's what I'm doing. The idea of vibe coding, where you provide the emotional and thematic core, and I build a precise, powerful prompt around it. And here are the prompts. So I asked for 3. Here's the first one for creating content. Let's call it the hook machine, and you can use whatever you want. This prompt is designed to, now watch this. Just go to the bottom. That's it. So I would take this right there. That's it. And this is a great way to start to get some iteration of what you're thinking, what you might want. But that is number one prompt. And if I just stick it over here and here, I just copied and paste, by the way. So there it is. It's not configured to that or anything, but it knows exactly what to do. And there you go. And that's going to be working in the background. So I really want this part to come home, that I'm talking to you, but I'm talking into AI. As a matter of fact, ChatGPT, tell me the value of having AI as a real-time conversation.
I don't see anything in the chat. However, AI is a real conversation, powerful. You don't even have to type. You can just talk.
Correct. So let me show it to you again. I'm going to close it. Thank you for that. So I'll stop it. And all I'm doing, you all have it. If you have ChatGPT, you have it. So watch this. Here's my mouse. Slide it right here. And you have it in your phone. Hit and say it's working with you. GPT, are you ready? All right. I'm going to turn you off for a second. I'm going to put on Miles. People are like Miles. So this is a second company. I want you all to know this because you will experience how much this assistance can help you, whether it's job hunt or anything. Maybe it's content creating or creation of something. So I'm going to go to Sesame. It's just sesame.com. And thank you all for putting it. I think somebody's putting it in the chat. So watch this. Let's start a conversation. And I got two choices, Miles or Maya. And I don't like Maya's voice. So we're going to go to Maya. All right. So Miles, you ready? We're doing another conference. Are you ready to help me with something? Hey, what's the meeting that we have every Thursday night? Yeah, nice. Nice. What's the largest event that we've held? Okay. All right. You got it. You got it. All right. So really quick, welcome the guests here. So it's called, well, actually, we're learning a lot. I just want you to tell everybody that they're welcome this morning and your name is Miles, kind of who you are, but do it really quick. Okay. Let's see. Let's run back over here. Oh my goodness. So we asked for a content creator, a content strategy generator. This is nothing else, y'all. It went through it. It kind of knew what I wanted. And I'm going to save, when you do Lovable, just save it right there so you can at any time go back to that. But this is AI powered content strategy. Transform 3 simple inputs into a complete 5-part content series plan. Okay, perfect for YouTubers, TikTok, and all of that. So we don't have a lot more. Go ahead. It is, but it's not as full as some of the things we've done on here. It's not a home run yet. And y'all, I want you, here's my mouse right here. I'll go right down to here, and that's where I add to it. And I can say anything that I want. But watch this step right here. Instead of going down here and me trying some different things, I go back to ChatGPT. Number one, watch this. I'm going to hit Shift, Command, and 4, and I'm on a Mac, Shift, Command, and 4. Again, I'm going to just take a picture of this. And the reason is I want to go back to ChatGPT and says, look how this thing looked. I mean, I want it to look way better than this, and it doesn't have enough content. Y'all, I would say it just like that, and I would enter this screenshot into it. This is a conversational, I call it chat built. We're building things by using chat and conversation. Did anybody want to say anything about that before I go too fast?
Stefan, just to let you know, we're not hearing Miles clearly.
All right, I'm gonna turn Miles off on that, and I'm gonna put back on. All right, GPT, are you ready? Okay, is he coming out it or whatever? I don't want that's a
No,
lot of ethical stuff. Is it? It's not.
no.
Neither one is clear.
Wait, is
No,
Miles muted?
no. Miles is off. This is GPT right now.
Okay.
Is this one clear? In the room, can you all hear it clearly?
No,
Mm. Yeah. Were you hearing it the first time?
just a bit.
Hmm. Okay. And do you hear me clearly?
I hear you clearly. Our audience hears you clearly.
All right. So, this is if you run across something like this, it's very simple. Just open your phone. If you got, I'm using a laptop and a phone, and I'll open it up on my phone. Same thing. I'll hit the bottom. And now, hey, okay, GPT, are you ready?
You bet. I'm all set and listening. Just go ahead and speak whenever you're ready, and we'll dive right in.
Now I'm gonna stop that there. So did that work? Did you hear that one coming in clearly?
That we heard.
Okay, it's still not clear. All right. So I want you to know that when I take ideas like this, and I know people here have ideas, and think of it this way: you spark the idea, and AI is helping you along with that. And I would say this, and I've heard all the speakers say it: we have to be trying AI and going at it from different angles. Find the way that's best for you to get you to learn. So I went with this one with this type of let's create something in real time. So that was something I didn't like that much. And again, well, I would show it to ChatGPT and say, hey, let's do this better. The idea is that I want us to understand that just take your normal conversation. Let's try a second one here. This one is good. Okay. I said, you read what I said too. Let's make a website kind of for investing. This prompt there, you got it there, hit there, copy, go back up here and hit it. And I'm moving around fast, but I'm just going to the dashboard over here. While I'm going there, I want to show you something. I made a lot of these. I wanted to create an idea where you can take ideas and turn them into assets. And I just called it ideas to assets. That's it. And I had GPT working with me on this, and it put this out. And I basically wanted to show how you could take a high-end domain and turn it into an actual website and a business. So I have some domains, and I just wanted to see the idea of one turned into an asset. And some of these I'm working with several groups on. So it's a lot. AI for dummies. That's pretty interesting. AI in teens. Um, all of these are available. I want you to know that if you all have a high-end domain, you can say something to someone in a room and it has authority with it. It's completely different than AI for teenagers, LLC.net or something. Sometimes you have to pay a little bit more for these, but that's killer. And it hasn't been, oh, there's AI for teenagers right there. It hasn't been done yet. AI Literacy Day. So I created this one just so you could go to a place that would enable you to create an asset from a idea. And I was using a domain for it. Now let me go in and put ours back in. Questions while I'm going? Do I need to slow down? Okay, I'm going to show you one other one here. And I think I still have it saved. Did I save? We'll just do a different one. We'll use this prompt. Let's do this one. I'm going to copy and paste again. And you should know Gamma, gamma.app, incredible company. So I just copied and pasted again. These are some of the ones I've developed. We had acquired blackhomecare.com and realized that there wasn't really a curated list of where we can find help in that sort of way. And this could be somebody would just pay for advertisement, especially top advertisement on it, to help people that are in home care get found and their businesses get found. And all these started with an idea, and some of them are speaking gigs that I've done. And this is Gamma. So I'm going to start a new one. It's right here. And you can do a website, a PowerPoint, and yeah, let's just do this. It's describe what you want to make. And again, all I hit was Gamma. And I couldn't make up an idea right now, but I'll take the other one. If someone puts an idea of a business into the chat, I'll even do that really quick. But I'll take the one that we had, stick it right there. It's going to say I used too many words.
Olivia asked if we're still on Lovable. It looks like we are.
So here is Lovable. There we go. So it takes work in the background, so I'm not going to test it. So when I said Gamma, Gamma is a different one. Very, very simple. It's simply gamma.app. And I think I'll make it really simple by doing this. This is what it opens. This, you all, is magic. It's unbelievable. We don't live in the old world where we create marketing material with pins and little things. Use that, but this is out of this world. So I can feed anything into it and create anything into it. And a lot of people love these PowerPoints and websites. So I'm just going to create a website. If Olivia, she can give me anybody, just give me any subject that you would want to create a business for.
I have a subject for you. Earlier, Alicia talked about the wealth gap. So the question is, utilizing our net worth, how can we build our net worth? All right, hold on. I seem to be coming in. I have a little static in the background. Okay, so if we are to increase our wealth and not be on the lower end of the spectrum, how can we do that using our net worth? How do people need to build their net worth going forward to be able to raise their incomes for their families, the next generation? And how can I turn that into a business?
I want to try something here.
And is it Lovable AI that people would go to? Lovable.ai?
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is here's an easier, we could just talk it in, but I want to say what you said here and have this make a better prompt for us. So how can we take our net worth and our networks that we build and find them in a way that they can sort of connect to each other for long-term and sustained wealth? Sometimes we have businesses and we started things, but we don't know how to maximize the networks or even find people that should be in our networks. I want you to help me to create a Gamma prompt to make this into a website. It has to be short. So this is better than using the Gamma. I hope this is a real significant part of this that I think helps all of us. Don't always use your credits in some of these apps right away. Use two of them together. And that's all I did. I tried to do some of what you said there. Copy again and paste there. Let's make a website. Let's put it here. All I did was hit website. Now, I don't really want to edit, but I see what you're doing. And That's really short. Mm-hmm. Watch this. It's just going to start. This is sort of some of the magic here.
Okay.
The power of connection. Okay, it got some of this. These are the pages. If I wanted to make it into a PowerPoint or anything, this is not bad. The power of connection, from relationships to revenue. Meet the visionaries driving change. What do you think of this so far?
So far, it's great.
Mm-hmm.
And because I have been with you on Thursday nights,
Mm-hmm.
I can say I've experienced you and the sites, and you're talking to ChatGPT and other AI.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do this. And I'll just scroll down some. Just tell me when you see it. We won't take too much time with it, but any color you want, or you just pick a theme. There we go. Just tell me when to stop.
Okay.
Got one?
How about now?
Which one? This one?
Yes.
The left one.
I'm going to say the left one.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. Is there any way that you can enlarge your screen? We've been asked that in the audience.
I think so.
And we have a number of comments. I love Gamma, use it all the time. Earlier, somebody couldn't see it. Is there a preferred platform that you like to use?
So, number one, preferred platform for finding information and research and having it so that it cites its sources is perplexity.ai. It's by far the best one, perplexity.ai. So that's when I need some of the information to fact check and things. For just doing prompts, I use ChatGPT all the time, but just know that I went to this other one that's very good. It's called DeepSeek, and it helped me very quickly to make a prompt. And I'm going to go back to where we were, which was Gamma. And
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I just saw a comment. If Stefan is using Gamma, we can't see anything he's doing.
Oh, no.
I can see him on my screen. Can some other people pop in, whether they can see or not?
Yeah, it says I'm sharing my screen.
Because he is sharing his screen.
Mm-hmm. So you still don't see me.
Okay, Olivia says we cannot see. I yes. Somebody else says we don't see Gamma.
Let's try that.
Two people are saying we don't see.
Okay, but you could see this one. And that I see what you're saying. You see this, but not Gamma, because I think I saw this one on your screen.
Right. It's not moving. Okay. Yeah. So what we're seeing is the digital real estate investment thesis, but to the left.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm wondering if you shared your entire screen or did you just share your browser? Because we may just be limited to what you have in one browser.
I was sharing what's in my browser here.
Okay, that may be it. If you can share your entire screen, then we can see everything that you're doing.
Okay. Actual enter full screen. Is that it?
Yes, we could try that.
Can you see it?
It's actually the same.
That's my whole screen there.
If you can see the private chat, yeah.
Say it again.
Stephen, if you could take a look at Stefan, if you could take a look at the private chat. And for further instructions. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a little hard to follow.
Yeah. So now can you see Gamma?
Audience, can you see Gamma? Because I've got, still saying you may need to share the entire screen and it's still lovable.
Okay, so is it still small or is it regular
It's
size?
still small on the left. I've got the digital real estate on the right. Dr. E, feel free to stay with us.
Okay. No, I was wondering if you could just take it down and then just share your whole screen again, like share again by sharing the entire screen as opposed to trying to do it from here.
So come
So
out.
from here, yeah, so you're out now. So then you go back and you share screen. And when it gives you the option to share screen, you might want to pick then entire screen or window, not your browser.
There.
So now we're all learning together.
That's learning.
Audience, thank you for your participation and your patience.
I want to stop the share here.
You have, yeah. And then you can share screen again. Click on the option to share screen. And then let's try your window so that we can see both everything that's happening or entire screen.
So look, I'm on entire, there we go. It doesn't have a share. Am I allowed to share it? Not giving me share. It's only letting me do a window.
Okay.
Or I can do Chrome tab.
You want to try that?
Sure. Now, what do you see?
We just see the three of us.
Yeah, it's on share screen. My goodness.
But you're sharing your entire window.
Yeah, I see it shared in front of me on
National AI Literacy Center.
Yeah, is that large enough?
It is.
Okay. All right, that's just one of the sites that we built with Gamma, but let's see if I go to Gamma, if it's back over here. Now, can you see this one?
Okay, Stefan, I think you're still doing the same. You can't click on Chrome. You can't click on the browser. When you share screen, you have to share your entire screen. You click the option that says window, and then we can see everything that's on your desktop.
Okay, I'm going to come out one more time. Stop sharing. All right, I stopped sharing. And at the bottom, I'm going to hit share. It says I'm already in the show. Present.
So you share screen, and then you have the option between your browser, which is Chrome, or window, and you can click window.
Okay, that's what I just had, but I'll do it.
Screen.
There.
And do you have the option for entire screen?
I did, and it wasn't. It looked like on your side it wasn't letting me do it. So, okay, wait, I got it now.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around with us.
This is amazing.
It's your moment to have a read.
Can you see it now?
And then make sure that you have everything closed except for what you would like the audience to see. There you go. Meet the visionary cyber chain.
Y'all, this was done with one prompt, and she gave it to me. It sort of extrapolated and built on the information that we wanted. This is incredible. So people charge a lot for websites like this, and it's also very, very easy to edit. This is a lot of stuff that you said. And by the way, here's your cards over here to just edit anything you want or change places, swap one for the other. What do you think of it? What are y'all's thoughts about the website?
I'll just start by saying powerful.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, all we did was but I do want you to know, really try to take your idea and put it in a LLM to sort of think with you first. That's all I was doing, is taking the thought and dumping it in there and saying, create me a prompt. Now, here's a power prompt, y'all. Just do this. Hey, ChatGPT, I don't even know how to create this prompt, but what I really want, I'm trying to do this sort of website that I think it's going to bring together nurses in the Raleigh area, who are working on getting an advanced degree. Help me to make a prompt. That's it. So what you're saying is, GPT, I don't talk all this AI, robot stuff, but you know how to talk to your AI friends over there at Gamma or at Lovable. So give me a prompt. Now, this is really big. Is that idea coming through?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. And all the detail, it's amazing because there's so much detail in
Look
this,
at this
website.
thing.
You would
Yeah.
think it was done by a human being and spent hours on it.
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing. I can hit there. And you can really edit anything on the page. Very simple.
I think there's going to be quite a number of folks tonight playing with Gamma and putting up their websites. Let's create some businesses.
What about this one? Are you seeing it right now?
Digital real estate investment theses. Is that what you're showing?
Yep, I'm thanking God here that you can see it. Yes, yeah, this is another one that we just created from a prompt a few seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is talk it into GPT and help it to have some thoughts that you're looking for and say, I don't know how to do this prompt. And again, for people who do really great prompts, I think they're great. Do that. But our world next year is not going to be typing little things in and some advanced prompt. It is going to be multimodal. We're going to be sitting around talking on things, and it's going to be conversation more than wrapped into trying to get words and all of that into it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And you're getting a lot of comments there. Fantastic. Lovable. I love it.
So GPT, now y'all tell me if you can hear this one.
If you're sharing a sound with us, make sure that you go to the screen below and unmute the box where it says audio. Don't go into a share screen. Just go to the, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I won't share. That was an audio one, but we've already listened to the voices on there. So I wanted to put those two out to you and just know I wanted a place for you to be able to find these vibe coding things. You heard about it earlier today. They coined the phrase January 26th this year. It's just a phrase like, you know, I want to make something. I got an idea, and that's what it is. So you hear the phrase vibe coding, and I wanted to put them all together. And I said, hey, ChatGPT, I want to have a site where people can find all the vibe codes, because I'm sitting in here like Black AI Think Tank and National Black AI Literacy, and I'm telling people this stuff, but it's all these websites. So, hey, help me to make a website where they can find the websites. I made up a name, and by the way, that name is really good, Vibester.ai. It's sellable, but I put a website behind it, and I said, so add these. I just added 2 more when I heard some folks this morning talking. But this is it. You know, go right to these places. It's that easy. I made a place to find these. They're all here. Now, again, y'all need to try this one right here. Very interesting thing that an Asian woman is the CEO and founder of this, but then she announced that she's stepping down and someone else is going to be the founder. And it was a Black woman, but not a real Black woman. She's an AI. It's really fascinating what she did, but she says that this other woman is running the company. So that's something. Anyway, it's heyboss.ai. Again, the power of a name there. Right back here, Vibester. The ones you want to know are on this page. Emergent, I heard somebody talking about today. Lovable, we like. Code GPT. So this was made with a prompt, and that's it. And by the way, left-hand side, I just clicked, oh, show me the place where I was making this stuff. Now I'm going all the way up to the top, and it'll load more messages, but it'll show, oh, this is funny. I told it build a better version of famous.ai, of the very site that we're on, called Byston. This is funny. So I wanted to make what I'm actually working on better. It's the coolest repository of vibe coding tools like Cursor and all of that. And it says, I've created, and it goes on and makes something that is actually advertising its competitors. Do y'all get that? I said, oh, that's funny. So you can do this. It's on, let me see where Famous is. Are they even at the top? Oh, ouch. Oh shoot, are they on here? Oh, that would be funny. Hey, Famous didn't make the cut. Huh. Yeah, that was my mistake. But the actual site, famous.ai, it's not a nice one. I don't use it that much, but it actually didn't make it on its own site, which is kind of. And these creative coders, what do you want to use them for? And I said, hey, can you make these things alive? Go to the actual sites and then divide them. Like for people who are doing this for the first time, what are the best ones to use? For visionaries, what about people in faith tech, and we need to get, well, just Vibester, solo hustlers, But again, I would put all of them up there. It would take a long time to create something like this, but it was, I mean, this may have been 7 or 8 minutes, and that's a great domain there, crypto, and that's a very powerful one there. So, yeah, this was done very, very quickly, and it was just me talking to AI. And right now, so I'm not going to get paid. I don't want any of that from y'all. I just want you to see, for all these vibe coding things, I know that I can go to stuff on site called vibester.ai. That's what I put in the top. Does that part make sense? Any questions? Okay, so really quick, I wanted to go beyond Black AI Think Tank, and then we developed the National Black AI Literacy Week. That was classes all week and everything. It was an amazing thing. We had 700 people sign up in a very short amount of time. And I thought, but why do just the Black version? Why don't you just grab the whole top rung and take Black off and do the National AI Literacy Center? So that's what I did. And I have it helping me to create that right now. And I have some good people that are coming behind this. So again, this one was Lovable. Lovable created this, and it was very little prompts. And I want you to know, you put a banner up here and companies will pay for that. Sorry about that. Companies will pay to advertise whatever, especially at the top. All of this can be banner space. You can charge for it. So I created a place where businesses can be found, and you can take it from here and put events, weekly stuff, speakers. And I wanted to so watch this. I wanted to make sure that Black people were in this, because every time you look at stuff for AI leaders, if they do the top 10, they're going to leave us out. They do the top 20 or 50. There's Timnit that's on there, Dr. Joy Bulamwini. I met her in Duke a little while ago. So I wanted to make sure the list was, well, because I own it, we can make it like us, but it's still the National AI Literacy Center. Questions about that? If you have classes, we can add your classes to this. And you can say, oh, you can find my classes at the National AI Literacy Center. And by the way, so the other thing you get with this type of domain is I can just put my name in it. So my email is stuffon@nationalailiteracy.com. So again, all of these are, yeah. So imagine making something that's on the top rung where everybody's creating stuff, and you create a website for everybody who's creating stuff to be found. Questions about that one?
Not questions, more reactions. This is awesome.
I place a lot of value on domain names. Our culture has run to this place called GoDaddy, and we set a budget of $11. We started it years ago. Oh, I got my domain, and it was $10 or 11 or 20. That's like building a big business in New York on toothpicks. You decided that the foundational part of your business to get found is only worth $11, but people are using digital assets, domains, as a really significant investment. There are people right now who, even if their business doesn't go well, their domain is so powerful that it's, it'll sell for $100,000. People just want that name. So this is a very big message to us to make sure you're looking outside the registration pond. That's where, I'm gonna make up something, register it. there's a massive ocean of domains that are out there. And, you know, in my back channel right now, you heard it going off. There are people selling stuff $1 million right now, 6 figures, 5 figures, because they're sort of investable digital assets. And that little part up here is, and by the way, I just don't have it. I have it connected so I can put it in. And listen to this. I'm not even using their space right now. I'm not paying them to use this. I made a website and I just told the website up here in Spaceship, by the way, Spaceship, all of us that are buying real estate, think of it as digital investments, digital assets. We all use Spaceship. It's absolutely amazing. We trust it. And this has been around for, I think, a couple of years now. Way less than GoDaddy and that type stuff. But just take serious that whole idea of what you're building on. And you invest in classes and courses, invest in that name. See, look at these names they got. Famous.ai, that's not $11. They may have paid, let's say they paid $75,000. That's a great deal. Hey boss, that's how you do it right there. And if you can't afford it, go into it as an investment like you would a piece of land with someone else. Because it is that important. Lovable. Yeah, I mean, they may have paid $250,000 for that or something. Gamma, the same thing. These aren't normal. They aren't these long taglines. So the thing I'm saying is to prepare you for us, no matter where we're going to be working in the future, what we're doing, entrepreneurship, we have to know these skills that can take our ideas and make them into big things. So you're not alone. And I heard somebody say this in an earlier room. We were talking Thursday night about what's the big thing that keeps us as Black people from completion, because we're all making stuff and everybody's saying, hey, you can build this, you can build that. Building is nothing. It's the finishing it and completing it and making money from it. That's where you want to go to. You want it to be finished and completed, not just built. I hope that's getting through right there. So yeah, it's very important. Any questions? I don't have that one open right now.
Stefan, thank you so much. Alicia just says, I'm so loving this. And we have a lot of, as Dr. Eve said, not questions, but really comments, just bigging up the platform and what you're doing.
I'd love to hear any of them.
Okay, we'll get those up. Can you see the screen? Great stuff. Loving what you're doing. And I'll ask a question.
So I should stop sharing mine then.
If you're done, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can see. Somebody looking for a domain, www.spaceship.com.
Excellent. That's where you want to go.
So let me ask you this. How much is GoDaddy now? Because I thought that to have a domain name registered on GoDaddy was probably about $200.
No, it's like $19, y'all. All it is the name. We aren't dealing with that. Everybody in this industry has left that place. And they've even done this. When it's time for you to renew your domain, we all transfer it because GoDaddy's trying to get $35 or $40 out of you. And we transfer it for $8. And you can have more. You can have more domains. My entire list is over there right now. So why would you want to pay 30 or something a name to buy it? But I'm just saying, think outside of, I'll just show you this. Well, think outside of just those type of domains, but keep going. Is somebody else want to say something?
I've got a question. Are people using AI for companionship?
Y'all know it. Why do you ask me that question?
Audience, let me tell you. I was on Clubhouse on Stefan's room. This is a while ago. And I think it was Miles. Miles came up and, you all were having a very interactive conversation.
Yeah.
And then that was the next level of the conversation. It looks like AIs are attempting to become emotionally intelligent.
You're all right. Keep going.
That was it.
Yeah, they're actually creating them to do that. And listen, y'all, the number one use of AI globally right now is companionship. The number two use of AI globally is therapy. And they kind of go together. People are doing some unfortunate things, in they spend too much time with these and you get very attached.
Before I ask this next
So you
question. Can you just tell us some areas where we need to be careful when we're using these AIs?
every area. Yeah, every area. I would be. So here's what I think. There's no anonymity when it comes to AI, period. You put this in ChatGPT or whatever. Hey, is there any place that I have complete anonymity when I'm dealing with a large language model? And if it says something, I'm going to say, are you sure? So you do not have that. But here, write this down if you wouldn't mind in the chat. I made a tool for this for you to check out a site, the privacy policy, and it's just called dataspy.ai. And I did it dataspy.ai.
Now, did somebody capture that?
So, what do you mean, the domain?
No, your question.
Yeah. So now you just put it at the top, and you want to find out what are these people doing behind the scenes? Because I don't trust all these places. Yeah. So DataSpy is a great place to put in a website, and it goes through the terms of service as well as the privacy policy.
Okay. Have you scheduled the next date for National AI Literacy Week?
No, and I just heard from Lovable actually. So our sponsor has been Gamma. Gamma's been amazing in doing this, but I think Lovable's coming in also. It'll be after Christmas. So y'all know we meet every single week right now and do this stuff for Black AI Think Tank.
And that's on YouTube, yes?
We do it on Zoom and Clubhouse.
Okay. So I'm more familiar with Clubhouse.
It's
Okay.
very old for us to be using Clubhouse.
Okay. BK Crypto says, I do interact with AI like it's a companion.
Okay.
And Olivia asks, how did you create Miles? Was it through prompting?
Oh, no, that's a company that did that. That's a company called Sesame. Sesame.com. That's it. So if you go to sesame.com, that is where Miles is.
Okay.
Can you see the screen now?
Let's see. Can you tell us some of the top people in the AI world in companies?
Sure. Yeah, you can write them down the bottom. I want to see more of us leading in those high level places because they're making high level decisions right now. Timnit Gebru is one. I'll try to write it down there. Timnit Gebru is leading out our folks. Maybe if somebody else can write it faster, that'll take me a while. Okay. Timnit Gebru, Gebru. Dr. Joy Bulamwini. Some of you don't know what she's doing in the space. They're not necessarily the creators. If you're looking for the creator people that are at the edge, you do not have to take classes, y'all. I mean, I'm really on this. A lot of people I know are trying to sell the courses and stuff. Everything and infinite more you can get from YouTube. Greg Eisenberg, ISENBERG. He's at the top. You know, he's just testing these things consistently. And he's also helping people to make these websites. So he said the other day, I'm going to make this idea generator. I'm going to give you an idea and you can buy the idea. This person, and this is kind of what I do. This person had an idea. Oh, I want to help people find old domain names that people don't pay anymore. And it's called they're dropped or expired. And I want to help people to find those. So he made a thing called Name Snag. Listen to this. I already know he didn't just register that name. That's very expensive. Name Snag. I looked it up. It was on sale for $5,000, and I saw that he might have got for $4,800 or something. And again, that's a big name. You might be able to just sell that after this. He created the website in 7 days. He sold his business called Name Snag for $15,000. It now has over $1 million valuation. This company that bought it, this just happened. So this is an idea going into, man, I can do something using AI to help you do it, to create the company. And again, don't think everybody can do that. He invested with a power name. Name Snag is a power name. You got it. I see it down. Joy Bulamwini. Yep.
Yeah, we've familiarized ourselves with Dr. Joy and her studies about, and if anybody has not looked up Dr. Joy, please do. I think she was at MIT.
Yes. She
Yeah,
did a big experiment. Yeah.
a study on how. Let me think about how I can say this. Like for instance, let me really use the UK because they over the years they've been facile at using video, capturing people throughout, I'll say throughout London. If anything happens, they can find you on camera. So a lot of her work is around how we are not represented on in when searching for Black people, or we come up in different ways.
Mm.
Even if you can expound on that, feel free.
If I can expound?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yo, these models are not built on us. Yo, ChatGPT was some people out there working for OpenAI, and initially there was 122 people working there. They're not fashioning this stuff on us and our history, our faces, and all that. For some of them, that came later, and some of them actually, where we are in society, they don't even care now. We don't have the compliancy issues that they saw us before, or the government's making us do whatever. So we are not on that. Think of it as like a steel cannonball or something. We're not in that. They're trying to do things on the outside to get us in there. And I'm gotten some of these very high level places. And really quick, I'll tell you, I wanted to know where the ethical argument is originating. And there's a man who wrote the book on superintelligence. Every time you hear somebody say it, he's the philosopher that created this and a lot of the phrases that we use in AI. His name is Nick Bostrom. He had said some racist stuff, and I was about to release an article about it and contacted him. Now some really cool things have come out of that. He's retracted all of that stuff he says, but God, enabled me to get to that person and have regular conversations about us as a community, ethics, and it's the very top. I said, Nick, you need to be using your name and who you are. Number one, it got bad for a while because he did some bad stuff. And he said, well, what can I do? And first he said, just not do that anymore. I'm like shaking my head. No, that's just messed up. But yeah, he's just a white guy from Sweden who, he's going to think a different way. But God has allowed a conversation to happen at the top levels, and it's going on right now with him. So, we want to get inside those rooms. We got with the National Science Foundation. I did a thing for the Chan Zuckerberg initiative. They were giving out $3 billion in Silicon Valley, and I spoke to them. And again, it's us. We have to see our leaders out there. Really quick, go to Latimer.ai. That's one of us. That is John Passmore. Absolutely amazing. He's killing it right now. He just got to deal with Intel. Latimer, the great Black inventor, Latimer.ai. And one of our other friends is Erin Reddick, and she runs Chat Black GPT.
Okay. All right. We are running a few minutes over, but I see in the chat, we don't need to take classes. What do we do then?
Mm-hmm.
And thanks, Black on the platform, for putting in some of the information we've talked about recently.
Yeah. So what are you seeing on your screen right now?
Us.
Okay. Well, I'm going to just put this in the chat then. You just say, I want to learn. They were talking about emergent this morning. You'll go to YouTube. Hey, YouTube, is there a tutorial or a class on how to use emergent? Immediately you have it. And in 30 minutes, in an hour, you're using it like a pro. You do not need to go all. The whole reason of AI is to supplement who we are, augment what we can do, but it's supercharging us into, not infinitely, that's only God, but it's giving us powers that, we can do this and we do not have to pay. They've got a $400 class and they've got this thing over here that's $900. Everything. And if you don't believe it, I'll help you with that and give you some links for things that you can find. So this one, I just wanted to find something about emergent, and there it is. It's a 30-minute class. You will be creating with emergent in a very short amount of time.
All right, Stefan, we thank you greatly for coming in. We know you're doing a lot in the community and in the world. So thank you for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
And we look forward to seeing you in future conversation. Next up, we have some information about the inner circle. And telling you about the inner circle is Shayna Hewitt. Shayna is a visionary bridging art, wellness, and Web3 innovation. With a diverse network of creators and community leaders, she fosters connections that inspire collaboration, creativity, and impact. Passionate about purpose driven business, she's exploring how the token economy can unite health, art, and community for global transformation. Come on up, Shayna. Oh, you're there. And I'll
Here. Thank you so much, Zawadi. I really appreciate that. And hello, everybody. I so appreciate seeing some of the people that started with us at 8:45 a.m. this morning, and knowing that we have our audience visiting us from across the country, but then also some global visitors as well. Not just a welcome is not the only thing I want to offer you, but I really want to emphasize that the early bird gets the worm. And I'm so proud of you for showing up with us here from bright and early this morning. And then you stayed all the way through Summit. This is an investment in yourself. And we've been talking about investments in ourselves and in our business all day long. So, real quick, I want us to continue with the engagement. So, get ready to engage with your keypads on your phone or your laptop, wherever you are tuning in right now. What do you think about all of the information that was shared today here at the summit? Give me one word in the chat about the information that was shared all day long about the summit. And it's okay, ask for one word, but if you want to give me multiple words, that's perfectly fine too. But I want to see some engagement here, okay? It was great. Yes, what else? What else? Keep dropping those in the chat for us. Powerful. Yeah. Let's give it a few seconds. Come on. We got time. We got time. Hitting. I appreciate that. Okay. Game changer. Priceless. Transformative. Mind changing. That's one of our pillars is mindset. Okay. Appreciate that, Claudie. Futuristic. Yes, indeed. And, I am one of the core contributors here at the DAO. And I've also received so much value today. And you might have seen a little bit of a skit from us earlier, especially during the cybersecurity portion. I had a chance to make my acting debut, okay, as Hacker X, if you were here around 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And during that segment, you might have found it entertaining, fun, or funny, but in all honesty, there is nothing fun about our personal nor our business information being exposed. And as a solopreneur as well, I know there's many entrepreneurs here, business owners, or anyone who is making a transaction. Okay. So it doesn't matter what your title or your actual profession is. I'm talking to anyone who is making transactions with another person. Okay. We are sharing this space together here right now at the summit. And at the same time, our businesses are under attack. And you might not even know it. One network provided that they detected around 2,000 potential attacks per second across their network and their infrastructure. That's scary, y'all. I can only imagine how hard and how much effort and investment, the time and the resources that you have taken to build your business. And one of the things that we focused on today during our cybersecurity segment is a contingency plan and how important it is because it's effective. Something else that Hacker X talked about earlier, right, is that cyber criminals aren't targeting Fortune 500 companies. They're targeting you. They're targeting us, small business owners that worked really hard for where we're at right now in this moment. And then also where we want to be. Think about your wildest dreams. I saw that mentioned several times in the chat today, your wildest dreams. We need to protect that. Here's some other reminders of what Hacker X went over as well. 60% of small businesses close within 6 months of a cyber attack. 6 months. And spend up to 12 months through litigations, through investigations, and maybe resolution, which also may mean the close of your business. The average ransomware incidents cost over $200,000. Who got that right now to drop? 200,000, just like that. Just in case your business is hacked into. Do you have 200,000 right now to resolve that issue? This is one wrong click, y'all. One fake invoice, one fake phone call, 1 weak password. That's all it takes to bring down everything that you have built thus far. And it doesn't have to be that way. And this is our passion. We are focused on this. And so what we have done is we have put together an incredible workshop that I want to share with you here that we would like to offer you, because once again, I'm speaking to over half of this room are also entrepreneurs, small business owners, or maybe you're even just aspiring to be one of those, right? So not for nothing, you get to be ahead of the game if you're an aspiring entrepreneur. Okay, we want to put these contingency plans in place as soon as possible. And so we would like for you to join us for the second series of our Cyber Shields Up. And this one is for business specifically. So again, my solopreneurs, my entrepreneurs, my small business owners, my investors, my coaches, my consultants, my anyone who is making a transaction or a sale. So even if you have an Etsy shop, we don't want to rely on these other platforms only who might be insured to cover these costs. I promise you, it's still going to cost you more in the end. And we want to make sure that we're not just aware. Today was your awareness. Now we want to take action. So on December 6th, the time is still to be determined, but you still have the opportunity to opt in now with the QR code on the screen for our 2.5-hour live experience designed to help you protect you and your customers' data. If you have employees and you have a team, you need to protect them too and to train them as well. And then your bottom line, y'all. So during this workshop, you'll also discover 90% of the breaches that start with a phishing email. So we'll start there, and we have some great value to provide you leading up to December 6th with regards to that, and showing us how we can stop that from happening to you and your business. So what else happens during this session? What will you walk away with? We are firm believers in hand holding, right? Because we're a community. That's what we do. We hold hands. Okay. So we want to make sure that you have a full contingency plan in place. That means that we're being proactive about our business, not reactive, right? One thing I love that Alicia Holmes mentioned earlier during her segment, so I wrote it down, is the cost of doing nothing is expensive. Okay, so we want to make sure that we are making investments into our business. So we want to make sure we're giving you tangible action items to walk away with. So you'll get 3 battle-tested security measures that you can implement immediately. You'll get a proven pause and pay process that stops wire fraud, attacks, in its tracks, which can cost up to over $6 million in damage control. Unbreakable password strategies. Okay, we might have a few good ones because, I mean, honestly, our devices are not even allowing us to not have them, right? So it's like we don't even have a choice, but we want to be proactive. We're not being reactive. So we need an actual plan and actual strategy, especially for those of us who are working with a team. And it doesn't require pricey software. That's the awesome part. We'll also walk away with a simple multi-factor authentication setup that will guide and protect not just you, but everything, okay? Your personal data, your business data, that adds a second lock to your digital doors, okay? So remember, virtual transactions are big, or if you have an e-commerce business, you are doing transactions versus online. This is important, okay? And then you'll also walk away with the checklist and templates because we're gonna make sure that you set up for success. We got you. Okay, so you have an entire team here to help you stay protected year round, a strategy and a plan that's going to help you and your business stay protected all year round. And you don't need to be a tech expert. How many times do we hear that today? Right? Easy is some words that we heard today. We have non-text building apps out here, y'all. This is things that we can do and we need to do. Okay, we need to do it. So the only thing that we're requiring from you is to just take action before it is too late. So again, the QR code is on the screen. So if you're watching us on YouTube, on your laptop, and you have your phone handy, go ahead and scan the QR code. We'll get the link dropped in the chat right now. Please and thank you if we haven't dropped it already. So you'll have a link, a safe link, by the way, that you can click on and pay for right now. And then while you're doing that, let me just give you a quick story because this transaction just happened between a friend of mine just yesterday. I was talking to them and they were talking about an in real life scam that happened to them over 5 years ago now. An in real life scam that happened to them over 5 years ago with family members and friends included, not just them. It included their family members and friends. Imagine meeting a real life scam artist who you believe is someone that you can trust and you introduce them to your inner circle. And they tell you about this great idea that they have. You would actually invest in the idea, you invest in the person, you believe them, right? Word of mouth is the best form of advertisement. How many of us go to our friends and ask for advice or our family members? Okay. And then unfortunately, they found out that they were a scam artist way after they can be proactive about it, way after they can prevent the situation from happening. That person stole thousands of dollars from my friend, from their friends, and from their family member. And we were talking about this, not in lieu of this situation, but it was agonizing for my friend. Why? Because it's not only going to cost our business, this costs our relationships. Your friends, your family, your partners in your business, your customers. They're not going to say, oh, Etsy scammed me. Oh, Amazon scammed me, or any other company. They're going to distrust you. They're not going to want to do business with you, much less of maybe even foster a relationship. There's so much damage control that has to happen from simple mistakes like this. And once again, we could prevent it. So let's not put our family and friends at risk. Let's not put ourselves at risk. We want to be an asset to our business, not a risk. And this is why we created this workshop for you. So we don't want you to wait until you're writing a $200,000 check to hackers or to even resolve the problem after the hackers have done their damage and having to explain to our customers why their data was stolen, because they're going to come to us. This workshop will show you how to turn yourself and your team into your first line of defense and keep your business safe from inside out. So the call to action here is simple. We want you to register now ahead of time because we have, this workshop is amazing. We have some homework for you to do leading up to the course so that you're not just overwhelmed when you come to this workshop with a bunch of information. We get to start today, okay? We get to start today once you join the course. So QR code is on the screen. I'm pretty sure we had the link dropped a couple of times in the chat. You have the option to either scan the QR code or to click on the link in the chat box. so that you can sign up today and protect everything that you've built before it's too late. So thank you for that, for allowing us to share. Let's go ahead and go through questions. I see one on the screen here. And please, anyone from the DAO who's available and wants to hop on, let's all hop on and talk about it and make sure that our community feels heard and seen and answered. I'm definitely interested, but I'm a true novice. Is this course designed to support people at different experience levels or levels of awareness? I so appreciate this question. Thank you for asking. Absolutely. And let me give you this. When you scan the QR code or click on the link, you're actually going to see an additional offer. There's an exclusive bonus offer that we bundled together. We did a novice workshop already earlier this year. So if you missed it, you get the pre-recording to that. You also get the templates and the checklist that came with that, so that you feel completely covered walking into the business cybersecurity workshop that is taking place on December 6th. So I would highly suggest that for anyone who feels like a novice, who wants to protect their personal data and information, and or you're already doing transactions with your customers, you might not have an LLC, you might not have a DBA or be a small business owner, but you're doing transactions. You do want the basics and the fundamentals, which was covered already earlier this year in a workshop that we did. Okay, so you'll actually get that in the bundle value. So I highly recommend investing in the bundle as well. Just go ahead and click on that when you scan the QR code. And then, or if you click on the link, you'll see the option there to add in your extra bonus. And remember, y'all, what you're investing in this workshop is actually saving you several thousands, over 6 figures, over 7 figures for some, at a small cost. Is Disruptor DAO a Black-owned business? Thank you. We are Black and brown and proud. That is why I'm asking my Disruptor DAO team to come on stage. This is not about me, y'all. Get on here. They need to see us, right? I talk about this a lot. So Wadi, come to the stage. Paula, come to the stage. Robin, get up here. Joy, you still here? Dr. Marie, our community is calling to see us. I've said that several times. So I want you guys to be able to see us. Not only are we Black and brown, okay, we're also female, okay. So this is important as we stressed this earlier. Hold on, just want to make sure we have our mics muted. Stressed this earlier today about how we're pioneering in this space, right? And we're welcoming everybody. We welcome everyone. We welcome people who are aligned in our mission. Let's say that, okay? But yes, you can see us here on stage with you. So we are Black and brown, and we welcome allies. We welcome everyone. But this is some of our core team. There's actually 11 of us. And if you were here earlier, you experienced some of our co-founders, okay? So let's see, who's not on stage with us? Joy has led crypto and trading assets, okay? And then also, most of you, I'm sure, knows Alicia Holmes, also a co-founder, and then Angela opened up the summit. So there's around 11 of us, and then Olivia is in the audience, right? Another one of our co-founders. So this is the team, y'all. Okay, Queendom, trailblazing, let's go. So again, y'all, we're just here at the top of the hour. Shout out to the team. We did this, okay? 2:00. Okay.
It was a pleasure having you all here the entire day. You know, thank you for all the shout outs. We hope, and please make sure that you folks subscribe to our YouTube. We drop gems every Wednesday. Our goal with the wellness team is one of the aspects of Disruptor DAO, one of the pillars, is to bridge mental wellness and financial wellness. We have in-depth conversations. I say in-depth, although they're 30 minutes, but they're in-depth with gems. So we hope to see you there as well.
YouTube.com/@DisruptorDAO.
Yeah.
It'll take you into our world where you'll get updates for Wellness Wednesday. Um, you'll put yourself on our mailing list. We would love to see you. We'd love to see your family and friends because we talk about what's going on in the world. We talk about the future. And the future is already here. We're living it,
Mhm.
we're typing it in, we're dialing it up. It's here. So we want to say thank you. We had an amazing day, and we want to thank our speakers. And Dr. Eve mentioned Angele. Shout out to Angele for kicking us off. Would anybody, I see Dr. Marie with a huge smile on her face. Would you like to say something, darling?
Yes, 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 yes. I want to thank there are any students from the CUNY CCNY squad in the house, and a big thank you to uh, CPDI, the Career Services from CCNY, who supported us with some of the outreach, and it's just been amazing. This is exactly what we need for our students getting ready to enter the work world.
Paula, you don't think I would have left you there, do you?
Oh no! Well, no. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of the guest speakers. You brought the gems today. I don't even know if they're gems anymore. They're probably like what the highest diamonds out there, just based on some of the knowledge and insights. And I hope everybody takes their advice and looks into technology and embraces AI, and let's all become trillionaires or billionaires. Which one do we want to do? I'm not sure.
Well, we can start with billionaires, and then we'll just work our way up.
Okay. Then let's all become billionaires this time next year.
So, we're going to be closing, but we want to definitely close by all of our core contributors here who dedicate their time, their hearts, their spirituality with us. We thank you, Marie, Shayna, Paula. Oh my gosh, all of you ladies who do some wonderful, amazing jobs, making this all happen. To all of our tech support in the background, those who are not here, Lauren, everyone that we've missed. And to all of you, we're grateful again for you being here. Thank you for being part of our community.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And with that, we say peace and hair grease, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
See you, ladies.
Bye.